She said, "My ex is coming to our party. If you're uncomfortable, you can leave." I replied, "Understood." Then I canceled the party and emailed all our friends, "Sorry, canceled." She wanted to host her ex alone. The call she got. Original post. I, 32 male, have been with Fiona, 30, for 4 years, and we've lived together in my condo for the last 2. I own the place. She moved in and pays a small, agreed-upon amount for utilities and groceries. It's been comfortable, stable, or so I thought. We were planning our big annual summer send-off barbecue for this coming Saturday. This is our big joint event. I handle the grill, the meat order, and the booze. She curates the guest list, the side dishes, and the decor. We're expecting about 50 people. On Wednesday night, I was on the couch finalizing the shopping list for the liquor store when she dropped it. "Fiona, oh, just a heads up, I invited Dominic." I stopped writing. "Wait, what? Dominic? Your ex, Dominic? The guy you dated for 5 years? The one you said was so toxic you had to block him on everything?" She waved her hand, not looking up from her phone. "Oh, he's totally different now. He reached out a few weeks ago, apologized for everything. He's really matured. We're just friends. I ran into him last week and told him to come." I stared at her. "You ran into him? And you invited him? To our party? At my home? And you're telling me 3 days before?" She finally looked up, annoyance flashing in her eyes. "Liam, don't make this a thing. It's a party. It's our home, and I can invite my friends. It's my condo, Fiona. You know I'm not comfortable with him. I've heard nothing but horror stories about this guy. I don't want him here." This was it. The moment the mask slipped. She let out this long, suffering sigh. "God, you're being so insecure. It's unattractive. He's just a friend. I already told him he could come, and I'm not uninviting him just because you're feeling paranoid." She stood up, gathering her things. "Honestly, if you're going to be that uncomfortable, you can just leave for the night. Go to a bar. See a movie. It's just a few hours. I'm not going to let your jealousy ruin this." She just told me to leave my own home so she could entertain her ex-boyfriend. I looked at her, really looked at her. The casual dismissal, the utter lack of respect, and all the little red flags from the past few months suddenly clicked into place. I put the pen down. "Understood," I said quietly. She smiled, relieved. "Good. Glad you're not going to be a baby about it. I'm heading to bed." I waited until I heard the bedroom door click shut. Then I opened my laptop, pulled up the guest list and the email invitations we'd sent out from my account. I took a deep breath, and I started typing. Subject: canceled, summer send-off barbecue. Body: hi everyone. I'm so sorry to do this at the last minute, but I have to cancel this Saturday's barbecue. Fiona has informed me she invited her ex-boyfriend, Dominic, and would prefer to host him alone. She suggested that if I was uncomfortable, I should leave my own home for the evening to make them more comfortable. Obviously, this isn't the party we all planned. I'm not willing to host an event under those circumstances, and I'm certainly not leaving my home. Sorry again for canceling. I hope to catch you all soon under much better circumstances. Best, Liam. I hit send to all 50 people. Then I went into the guest room and locked the door. I set my alarm for 6 a.m. I woke up to the sound of her phone vibrating on the nightstand in the other room. It wasn't just vibrating. It sounded like an angry hornet's nest. Buzz, 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 buzz. A few minutes later, my bedroom door handle rattled. Liam, Liam, are you in there? Unlock the door. I heard her stomp back to the bedroom, then back. The rattling was more frantic. Liam, what did you do? My phone is exploding. What did you send? I got up, calmly made myself a coffee in the guest room's small kitchenette. It's more of a suite, thankfully. She was screaming through the door now. You humiliated me. You psycho. You're going to regret this. Open the door. The call she got? Oh, they were beautiful. I could hear her muffled voice. No, that's not what happened. He's twisting my words. Maya, you know I wouldn't. He's the one being controlling. He canceled it, not me. I just sipped my coffee. She wanted me to leave. I'm just getting a head start on packing. Update 1. Thank you all for the comments and support. It's been validating. I'm not the crazy one. This past week has been, well, it's been hell. But the fog is clearing. So, after about an hour of her screaming and her phone blowing up, I finally opened the guest room door. She was standing there, hair a mess, face red and puffy from crying. phone clutched in her hand. You, she sputtered. You humiliated me. To everyone. My mom called me. Maya thinks I'm some kind of cheater. You need to fix this. Now, send another email. Tell them you misunderstood. Tell them you were jealous and overreacted. Apologize. I just looked at her. No. What do you mean, no? I mean, I'm not sending another email. I'm not apologizing. I sent the truth. Did you, or did you not, tell me to leave my own home so you could host your ex? That's not what I meant, she shrieked. You twisted it. You're supposed to trust me. This is emotional abuse. Kicking me out of my condo for another man is what? Exactly? A welcoming gift. She just stared at me, dumbfounded that I wasn't backing down. Before she could wind up for another round, her sister, Celeste, let herself into the condo. She apparently has a key, which is news to me. Celeste didn't even look at me. She just rushed to Fiona. Oh my God, Fi, are you okay? I saw the email. He's insane. What a psycho. She finally turned to me. You need to apologize to her. You've ruined her reputation. You know how sensitive she is. This is a complete overreaction. You're a controlling monster. I'm controlling? For not wanting to be kicked out of my own house. She was just flustered. Celeste shot back. She didn't mean it. You're supposed to love her. You're just trying to punish her. You're probably going to kick her out, aren't you? Well, you can't. She has rights. This is her home, too. Fiona, seeing her sister backing her up, found her strength. She's right. This is my home. You can't just kick me out. And after you just did this to me, I'm not going anywhere. Then came the first real dirty trick. In fact, Fiona said, crossing her arms, I don't think I should have to pay for utilities this month. Or groceries. Not after the emotional distress you've caused me. You can cover it. It's the least you can do after humiliating me. The entitlement was staggering. She wanted me to pay for her life while she figured out how to spin this. I just nodded. You're right. This has become a legal situation. You're right. This is your home. Legally, you're a tenant at will. So, we'll handle this legally. I went to my desk, opened my laptop, and found a standard, state-approved 30-day notice to vacate template. I filled it out, printed 2 copies, and walked back to the living room where she and Celeste were whispering. I handed 1 copy to Fiona. What's this? She sneered. That's your formal, legal 30-day notice to vacate. You have until the 20th of next month to be out with all your belongings. Our verbal tenancy agreement is terminated. Fiona and Celeste just stared at the paper. You're evicting me, Fiona whispered, the color draining from her face. I'm terminating your tenancy, as is my right as the homeowner. Over a party? She screamed. No, over you telling me to leave my home for another man. Over you inviting him behind my back. Over you proving, in no uncertain terms, that you have zero respect for me, this relationship, or my home. The party just exposed it all. Celeste started yelling. You'll be hearing from our lawyer. This is retaliation. This is illegal. I look forward to it, I said. Please have him contact me directly. Now, I'd like you to leave, Celeste. You're trespassing. Celeste looked like she was going to swing at me, but I just held my ground. She grabbed Fiona, and they stormed out, slamming the door. I immediately double-bolted it and put the chain on. Then my phone buzzed. An unknown number. Hey man, this is Dominic. Listen, I don't know what your problem is, but you need to back off. Fiona is really upset. You sent some crazy email, and now you're kicking her out? Seriously uncool, dude. You're overreacting. She just said we were all going to hang out. I typed back one response. She told me to leave my home so you two could be alone. Ask her about that. Then lose my number. He didn't reply. I spent the rest of the day in a daze. I started boxing up her things from the living room. Knickknacks, blankets, the weird sculpture she bought. I piled them by the front door. This is going to be the longest 30 days of my life. Update 2. This is not a 30-day war. This is a siege. Living with someone who is actively trying to destroy you from the inside is an education. I have 18 days left until the notice is up. Fiona and Celeste must have realized they couldn't just bully me because they moved on to Dirty Tricks, the sequel. Dirty Trick 1, The Petty War. Fiona is making my life a living hell. It's almost impressive in its childishness. She accidentally used all the hot water every morning before I had to get ready for work. She forgot to buy groceries and then ate the specific food she knows I meal prep for the week. She'll come home at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, turn on the living room TV to full volume, and fall asleep on the couch. She's trying to make me leave. Dirty trick 2. The legal scare. I was served. Well, served. A guy in a messy suit handed me a letter from a law office I've only ever seen advertised on bus benches. It was a cease and desist, full of typos. It claimed I was engaging in a campaign of harassment by illegally evicting her and libeling her to our mutual friends. It said she was a common-law spouse, which isn't a thing in our state, and was demanding 50% of my condo's equity and $10,000 for emotional distress. It also demanded I immediately cease and desist packing her belongings, as I was tampering with her property. Dirty trick 3. The property grab. This was the boldest. I have a large framed art print in my office. It's a signed, limited edition piece by an artist I've followed for years. It's my favorite thing I own. I came home from work to find a bright pink sticky note on it. The note said, "Mine. Anniversary gift 2021. Do not pack." She is lying. I bought that print in 2017, a full year before I even met her. She's just claiming it. She's banking on the fact that I won't have the proof. I was shaking with anger. But I'm not playing her game. I'm playing mine. My response, the methodical takedown. First, I hire my own lawyer. A good one. A shark. The retainer fee hurt, but peace of mind is priceless. He laughed out loud at the common law letter. He said the libel claim is a joke because truth is an absolute defense, and her own text to me, which I saved, proves her intent. Second, per his advice, I bought 2 small, very visible security cameras and placed them in the living room and the kitchen. Fiona lost her mind. "You're spying on me. That's illegal. I'm calling the cops." "Go ahead," I said, plugging the last one in. "It's my home. I'm documenting my property and my own safety. Given your sister's unannounced entries and your lawyer's false claims, I'm protecting myself. If you don't like being on camera, you're welcome to leave 18 days early." The late-night TV concerts have stopped. Third, I dealt with the art print. I went into my attic, dug through my old file boxes, and found it, the original gallery receipt from 2017. Framed, dated, with my name and credit card info on it. I taped a copy of it to the wall right next to her sticky note. She hasn't said a word about it since. The investigation, the snap moment. Her lawyer's letter got me thinking. If she's this bold, she's hiding more. I didn't have to hack her phone. I didn't have to hire a PI. I just had to look at the bills. I manage our shared toll pass account. It's linked to my credit card. I was logging in to remove her transponder before the next billing cycle. I decided to check the history. For the last 8 months, every Tuesday and Thursday night. Her car, same toll plaza, same exit, 9:15 p.m. Same plaza, same exit, in reverse, 1:30 a.m. Her late-night yoga class with Celeste. I Googled the exit. It's a residential area across the bridge. I Googled Dominic's name. His apartment complex is right off that exit. This wasn't a reconnection. This wasn't her running into him. This has been going on for almost a year. The party, my God. The party was her trying to introduce her 2 lives. She was trying to get me and her friends to like him, to normalize him, so she could eventually trade up or down, as it seems, without looking like the villain. She didn't just tell me to leave for an evening. She was trying to get me to vacate my own life. I waited for her to come home last night. She was back in Ice Queen mode, ignoring me. "How was yoga?" I asked, not looking up from my laptop. She stopped. "What? Yoga? With Celeste. You went, right? It's Thursday." "Yes," she said, her voice clipped. "What?" I turned my laptop around. On the screen was the toll pass statement. 8 months of it. Just admiring your dedication. That's a long drive, all the way across the bridge. You must be exhausted, especially since Celeste's building is downtown, in the opposite direction. I zoomed in on the map, right next to the list of charges. The pin was on Dominic's apartment complex. But I guess it's a convenient location for yoga. She didn't speak. She didn't cry. She didn't yell. Her face just crumpled. It was the look of someone who had just been checkmated. This whole thing, I said, the party, he's matured, all of it. It was a lie. You're not just entitled, Fiona. You're a cheat. And a terrible one. I closed the laptop. 18 days, I said. Or you can leave now. She went into the bedroom and locked the door. My lawyer has already sent a response to hers, complete with the toll records and the 2017 art print receipt. Her lawyer's emotional distress claim seems to have evaporated. Now we wait for move-out day. Final update. It's over. She's gone. The 30-day notice expired yesterday at noon. I came home from work at 1 p.m., and she was still there, sitting on the couch, watching TV, surrounded by her boxes, as if it were just another Tuesday. Fiona, I said, it's 1 p.m. The notice is up. You need to leave. She looked at me, a smirk on her face. No, I don't think I will. My lawyer said this is all kinds of illegal. You're not getting rid of me that easy. We're going to court. You'll have to pay to evict me. She thought she had one last card to play, that I'd be scared of a long, drawn-out eviction process. Okay, I said. I pulled out my phone. I dialed the non-emergency police line. Hello, I'd like to request a civil standby to remove a trespasser. I have a former tenant at will who has failed to vacate after a legal 30-day notice has expired. Fiona's smirk vanished. You're calling the cops? You're trespassing, Fiona. 2 officers showed up about 20 minutes later, a man and a woman. And just as I predicted, the moment they knocked, Fiona burst into tears. Officers, thank God, she cried, rushing to the door. My fiancé is throwing me out. I have nowhere to go. He's been abusive. He's filming me. He's trying to steal my things. The female officer looked at me with pure disgust. Sir, what is going on here? You can't just throw her out on the street. This is the bias I was expecting. They see a crying woman and a calm man, and they assume he's the villain. But I was prepared. I wasn't a Samantha Downing narrator. I was just a guy who was tired of being played. I had a folder ready. Officers, I understand completely, I said calmly. She's not my fiancée. We're not married. She was a tenant at will, paying a small amount for utilities. Here is the deed to my condo, in my name only, purchased in 2017. Here is my driver's license, matching this address. I handed them the papers. Here, I continued, is a copy of the state tenancy at will statute. Here is a copy of the legal 30-day notice to vacate. And here is a notarized affidavit of service, proving she received this notice 30 days ago. Her tenancy officially ended at 12 p.m. today. She is trespassing. The male officer took the folder and started reading. The female officer's expression slowly changed from hostility to professional neutrality. Ma'am, the male officer said to Fiona, this all appears to be in order. This is a civil matter, and your legal tenancy here is over. You have to leave. But my property, she shrieked, pointing at the art print. He's stealing it. That's mine. He can't keep it. Officers, I said, I have a receipt for that print right here. I pulled the 2017 receipt from the folder. I purchased it a year before I met her. She is welcome to sue me for it in small claims court, but she is not removing it from my home. The female officer sighed. Ma'am, we cannot get involved in property disputes. If it's disputed, you can't take it. You'll have to handle that in court. Right now, you need to gather your undisputed belongings and vacate the premises. Fiona's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated venom. The tears were gone. Fine, she spat. Her sister Celeste was waiting outside in a rented van. It took them 4 trips to get all the boxes. The whole time, Celeste was muttering, asshole, and you'll get yours under her breath. As Fiona walked out for the last time, she stopped in the doorway. You're a monster, Liam. A cold, heartless monster. I hope you're happy, all alone in your empty condo. I will be, I said, and I shut the door. I locked the deadbolt. I locked the chain. And I leaned against the door, my heart hammering. I'm not going to lie. I felt shaky, not with regret, but with adrenaline. It's been a week. I got one last letter from her bus bench lawyer demanding $5,000 for the value of the art print. My lawyer sent back a certified letter with a receipt and a note threatening a countersuit for frivolous litigation and legal fees. We haven't heard back. The gossip? Oh, it's been rich. Maya, her former best friend, who is now firmly my friend, gave me the rundown. Fiona did move in with Dominic into his tiny one-bedroom apartment that he, wait for it, shares with 2 other roommates. The matured Dominic apparently doesn't have a job. He's a crypto investor who trades all day, meaning he's broke. Fiona, who was used to my condo and my salary subsidizing her life, is apparently miserable. She has to pay for everything, and she's discovering that Dominic's thrill doesn't pay for nice dinners. Celeste isn't speaking to her, furious that Fiona lied to her for months about the affair and dragged her into the middle of this mess, making her look like an idiot too. As for me, I'm not happy. This whole thing was draining, expensive, and deeply sad. It cost me thousands in lawyer fees and 4 years of my life. I had to learn in real time how to be a cold, calculating person just to protect myself. But I'm satisfied. I had a deep cleaning crew come in and scrub the entire condo. I changed the locks again, just in case. The air feels lighter. I took the original party email list and sent one final follow-up last night. Subject: housewarming for real this time. Body: hey all. Apologies again for the unpleasantness last month. The air has been cleared and the trash has officially been taken out. I'm having that barbecue for real 2 weeks from Saturday. My home, my rules. Hope you can make it. Dominic is not invited. The RSVPs have been amazing. I, 32 male, proposed to Jessica, 29, 8 months ago with what I thought was a meaningful ring. Not massive, but a quality 1.2 carat solitaire that cost me about $7,800. Saved for it for over a year, researched cuts and clarity, the whole 9 yards. She said yes, cried happy tears, posted it everywhere. For about 3 months, everything was perfect. Then her college friend Meredith got engaged. Her ring was ostentatious, like 3 carats, halo setting, probably north of $25,000. Jessica came home from that engagement party acting weird, kept twisting her ring, barely looking at it. Finally, last Tuesday over dinner, she drops this. Tom, we need to talk about the ring. What about it? It's embarrassing. Meredith's ring is gorgeous, and when people see mine next to hers, it looks like you didn't even try. I literally put my fork down. Embarrassing? Don't get defensive. I'm just being honest. Maybe we could upgrade it? Add a halo or side stones. The ring I saved for a year is embarrassing? She rolled her eyes. You're being dramatic. I'm just saying it could be better. Meredith's fiancé works in tech too, and he managed to get her something spectacular. If you hate it that much, return it then. She laughed. Actually laughed. Oh, stop being so sensitive. I'm not returning it. I just think we should enhance it. No, seriously. If it embarrasses you, give it back. Tom, come on. I stood up. I'm dead serious. Jessica, if the ring I chose with love embarrasses you, then you shouldn't wear it. She thought I was bluffing. Even patted my hand like I was throwing a tantrum. We'll talk when you're less emotional. That night, I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about how she said, embarrassing so easily. Like the ring, and by extension, my effort, was something shameful. The woman I was planning to marry thought my expression of love wasn't good enough for her image. Thursday morning, she left for work wearing the ring, as usual, kissing me goodbye like nothing happened. But something had shifted in me. That word kept echoing. Embarrassing. I made a decision. Update 1, 3 days later. So Thursday evening, Jessica comes home chattering about wedding venues, acting like Tuesday never happened. I let her talk, nodded along. When she went to shower, I noticed she'd left the ring on the bathroom counter. She always does when she showers. I took it, put it in the original box, placed the box in my sock drawer. When she came out, she didn't even notice it was gone. Went to bed, watched Netflix, totally oblivious. Friday morning, she's getting dressed, goes to put on the ring, and the panic starts. Tom, have you seen my ring? Which ring? My engagement ring. It was right here. I'm drinking coffee, totally calm. The embarrassing one. She freezes. It's not. Tom, where is it? Safe. What do you mean safe? You said it embarrasses you. So I'm helping you not be embarrassed anymore. Her face went from confused to angry. This isn't funny. Give me my ring. It's not your ring anymore. You made that clear when you called it embarrassing. I didn't mean, I was just Give me the ring. No. She actually stomped her foot. Like a toddler. You can't just take it back. I didn't take it back. You rejected it when you said it embarrasses you. I'm just following through. She left for work in a rage, slamming doors. 20 minutes later, the text started. This is insane. You're being a child. I need that ring, Tom. People will ask questions. Give it back. I replied once. You want a better ring. Now you're free to get one. Then I muted her texts. Saturday was her monthly brunch with her friend group. The one where they all compare their lives and humble brag about everything. She couldn't skip it without raising questions. She tried one more time that morning. Tom, please. I need the ring for brunch. Why? It embarrasses you. People will notice. Then tell them the truth. That you didn't like it. She left without another word. But oh, the text I got afterward. Not from her sister Denise. WTF did you do? Jessica showed up to brunch without her ring and Meredith asked if you two broke up. I didn't respond. Then her mom called. Patricia. This woman. Let me tell you about Patricia. Thomas, what is this nonsense about taking back Jessica's ring? She said it embarrasses her. Patricia. She was just expressing herself. You men are so sensitive. She called a ring I saved for a year embarrassing. That's not expressing herself. That's insulting me. She deserves a ring that makes her happy. Then she can buy one. You're being ridiculous. Return that ring immediately. No, I'll call your mother. Go ahead. She did call my mom. Mom called me an hour later, laughing. Patricia says you stole Jessica's ring. Jessica said it embarrasses her. The ring you saved all that time for. Yep. Good for you, honey. Don't let anyone make you feel like your love isn't enough. Thanks, Mom. Jessica came home from brunch looking defeated. Do you know how humiliating that was? Everyone asking where my ring was. Now you know how I felt when you called it embarrassing. That's different. Ow. She couldn't answer. Update 2. 1 week later. The escalation has been something. First, Jessica tried the silent treatment. 3 whole days of her dramatically ignoring me while living in the same apartment. Making elaborate meals for one. Watching TV with headphones, the works. I just carried on normally. Made my own dinners, went to the gym, caught up with friends. That didn't work, so she switched tactics. Wednesday night, I wake up to her crying in bed. Loud, dramatic sobs. What's wrong? I just saw I wanted to sob feels special. You didn't feel special with a $7,800 ring. Meredith said sob. It looked like a promise ring. And there it was. This wasn't even Jessica's opinion originally. Meredith had made some snide comment, and Jessica internalized it. So Meredith's opinion matters more than our relationship? You don't understand. They all have these beautiful rings, and mine is just basic. Then buy yourself a beautiful ring. She stopped crying instantly. I can't afford that. Neither could I. That's why I saved for a year. She huffed and turned away. Thursday, things got interesting. I came home to find her best friend Aria and Meredith herself in our living room. An intervention. Meredith spoke first in this condescending tone. Tom, we need to talk about this ring situation. We don't need to talk about anything. You're being emotionally abusive, withholding her ring like this. I actually laughed. Emotionally abusive? She called my ring embarrassing, and I'm the abusive one. Aria jumped in. Jessica deserves to have standards, and I deserve a fiancé who doesn't call my expressions of love embarrassing. Meredith stood up, trying to be intimidating. Look, I know your male pride is hurt, but get out of my apartment. Excuse me. You're the one who made her feel bad about her ring in the first place. You don't get to come into MY home and lecture me. Get out. They looked at Jessica, who was suddenly very interested in her phone. They left, but not without Meredith saying, Jessica, you deserve better. She absolutely does, I agreed. She deserves someone whose efforts don't embarrass her. Friday, Jessica tried a new approach. She came home with printouts of rings. Look, these aren't even that expensive. We could trade in the original ring and just pay the difference. I looked at the papers. All rings in the $15,000 to $20,000 range. Well, yes, it would be for us. Jessica, I'm not spending another dime on a ring for you. But if we trade in, there is no we trading in anything. I bought that ring. It's mine. You rejected it. I didn't reject it. I just want an upgrade. You called it embarrassing. Stop saying that word. She grabbed the papers and stormed off. Saturday morning, she made her biggest play yet. Came out dressed up, makeup perfect. I'm going to look at rings today. Okay. By myself. Okay. To buy with my own money. Good for you. She looked frustrated. You're really going to let me buy my own engagement ring? You're an adult with a job. Buy whatever doesn't embarrass you. Other men would. Other men aren't engaged to someone who called their ring embarrassing. She left and came back 3 hours later, empty-handed and furious. Do you know how much nice rings cost? Yes. That's why I saved for a year. The one I liked was $22,000. Better start saving. That night, she called her dad. On speaker, thinking I couldn't hear from the bedroom. Dad, Tom is being completely unreasonable. He took back my engagement ring. Well, I said it was a little small. No, not exactly. I said embarrassing. Dad? Dad, are you there? Jessica, did you really call his ring embarrassing? Everyone else has bigger ones. The man saved for a year to buy you a ring, and you called it embarrassing? But I'm not getting involved in this. You made your bed. Even her dad wasn't taking her side. You could hear the shock in her voice. Update 3, 2 weeks later. The texts from Patricia, her mom, haven't stopped. You're ruining my daughter's life. She cries every day. Man up and buy her a proper ring. This is financial abuse. That last one made me laugh so hard I screenshot it and sent it to my brother. He responded, financial abuse is demanding someone spend $20,000 they don't have LMAO. Jessica started telling people we were taking a break to explain the missing ring. Found that out when my coworker asked if I was okay. Why wouldn't I be? Heard you and Jessica are on a break. News to me. We live together. I saw her this morning. The confusion on his face was priceless. But the real drama came Tuesday. Jessica brought home a ring. A massive, gaudy thing with a huge center stone. Wearing it on her right hand. What's that? My new ring. Isn't it beautiful? Engagement rings go on the left hand. It's not an engagement ring. It's a self-love ring. Okay. 3.5 carats. Moissanite, but nobody can tell the difference. Cool. She was waiting for a reaction. Didn't get one. Wednesday, she wore it on her left hand. People at work loved my new ring. Good for them. Everyone said it's so much better than the old one. I'm sure they did. Aren't you jealous? Of what? You buying yourself jewelry. Thursday, she cracked. Full meltdown in the kitchen. Why don't you care? About what? I'm wearing another ring. I bought myself a ring because you won't give mine back. It wasn't yours. You rejected it. And that's fine. You bought yourself one you're not embarrassed by. Problem solved. We're engaged. You're supposed to provide the ring. I did. You called it embarrassing. Stop saying that. It's what you said. I take it back. I didn't mean it. Yes, you did. You meant it when Meredith made you feel small. You meant it when you thought I'd just upgraded. You only didn't mean it when there were consequences. She threw the moissanite ring across the room. It hit the wall, and the stone popped out of the setting. Great. There goes $500. I hate you. Then we shouldn't get married. Dead silence. You want to break up? I want to be with someone who doesn't think my best effort is embarrassing. She started ugly crying. Not the manipulation tears from before. Actual, ugly crying. Please, Tom. Please. I'm sorry. I want my ring back. Why? Because I love you. You love me. But my ring embarrasses you? I was stupid. Meredith got in my head. And what happens next time she gets in your head? About our wedding? Our house? Our life? It won't happen again. It already happened once. That's enough. She slept on the couch that night. Friday morning, I woke up to her packing. I'm going to stay with my parents for a while. Okay. Is that all you have to say? What do you want me to say, Jessica? Fight for me. Tell me to stay. You think my ring is embarrassing. Why would I fight to keep someone who's embarrassed by me? She broke down again. It's just a ring. Exactly. It's just a ring. And if you can't appreciate it, how can I trust you to appreciate anything else I do for you? She left with 3 suitcases and her moissanite ring in pieces in a Ziploc bag. Final update, 1 month later. So, it's been a month since Jessica moved back with her parents. The entitlement escalated to absolutely insane levels before finally crashing down. Week 1 at her parents' house, she started a full social media campaign. Posted old photos of us with captions like, "Remember when love was enough?" And "Some people give up too easily." Her friends ate it up. Comments like, "He doesn't deserve you, queen," and "His lost babe." Then she posted a photo of her hand with the broken moissanite ring, captioned, "When you have to buy your own ring because he's too prideful to admit his mistake." My phone blew up. I posted one thing in response. A simple screenshot of her text saying, "The ring is embarrassing. Meredith's is so much better." Comments went quiet real fast. Patricia called me screaming, "How dare you humiliate my daughter?" I posted her exact words. "Take it down immediately. No, I'll sue you for defamation." It's her literal text message. Good luck with that. She hung up. Week 2, Jessica showed up at my apartment with her dad, Dennis. Good guy. Usually stays out of drama. "Tom, can we talk man to man?" "Sure, Dennis. This has gone far enough. Just give her the ring back." "Why?" He sighed. "Because she's my daughter, and she's miserable. She's miserable because she's entitled, not because I won't give her a ring she called embarrassing." Jessica piped up, "Dad, tell him he's being..." Jessica quiet. "Tom, what would it take?" An actual apology and genuine appreciation. Not this manipulation. Jessica rolled her eyes. "I've apologized a million times." "No, you said you're sorry I got upset. You said you didn't mean it. You've cried and demanded. You haven't once acknowledged that what you said was horrible and shallow." Dennis turned to his daughter. "Is that true?" "Dad." "Jessica Marie, is that true?" She huffed. "Fine. Tom, I'm sorry I called your ring embarrassing." "It's not embarrassing. I was being shallow and materialistic." "Happy. Do you mean it?" "Yes." "God." I went to my room, got the box, and handed it to Dennis. Not to her. To Dennis. "Your daughter doesn't want this ring. She wants a status symbol. Give it to her or don't, but I'm done with it." Jessica grabbed it from her dad, put on immediately. "There. See, we're good now." "No, we're not." "But..." I apologized. "I'm wearing the ring." "Jessica, we're done. The engagement is off." The explosion was nuclear. Dennis had to physically drag her out while she screamed about suing me, ruining my life, how I'd never find anyone else. Week 3, the real entitlement came out. Got a call from my apartment complex. Jessica had tried to convince them she was locked out and needed a key. When they called me to confirm, I told them she didn't live here anymore. Then my bank called. She tried to access our wedding savings account. Not a joint account. My account that I'd nicknamed Wedding Fund in the app. She'd somehow figured out my password, probably watched me type it, and it tried to transfer money. Bank flagged it as suspicious. Changed every password I had. Enabled two-factor on everything. But the peak insanity? She started telling people I was abusive and controlling. That I'd isolated her from friends, controlled her finances, and emotionally manipulated her. Except, she forgot that her friends had been eyeing our apartment. That she'd posted constantly about our dates, trips, gifts. That there was a massive digital trail of her very public, very happy life. Her friend Aria actually reached out to me. "Hey Tom, I'm sorry." I believed her at first, but then I remembered all the times you supported her. Like when you paid for her certification course, or surprised her with that spa weekend. This isn't adding up. One by one, her friends started seeing through it. Meredith was the last holdout, until Jessica made a fatal mistake. She hit on Meredith's fiancé. Yep, Jessica, in her desperation, tried to slide into Derek's, Meredith's tech bro fiancé, Dems, sent him messages about how a real man would appreciate her, and how maybe they chose the wrong partners. Derek immediately showed Meredith. Meredith lost her mind and put Jessica on blast in their group chat. Screenshots and everything. The group imploded. Everyone turned on Jessica. Even her sister Denise texted me. "I'm sorry, Tom. She's lost it. Mom's enabling her, but Dad and I see the truth." Last week, got a message from Jessica. One final attempt. "Tom, I know I messed up. I know I was awful. I'm in therapy now, working on myself. I still have the ring. I wear it every day. I know you'll never take me back, but I need you to know that I finally understand. The ring was never embarrassing. I was embarrassing. I was so caught up in comparing myself to others that I forgot what really mattered. You loved me enough to save for a year to buy that ring. And I threw in your face for what? To impress people who don't even talk to me anymore? I'm sorry. Really, truly sorry. I read it, deleted it, blocked the number. Found out from Dennis last week that she's selling the ring to pay for therapy. Poetic justice? Maybe. I don't really care anymore. As for me, I'm good. Turned the wedding fund into a vacation fund. Took a solo trip to Iceland last week. Amazing country. Met some cool people. One woman from Germany laughed when I told her the story and said, Americans worry too much about ring size. In Germany, we sometimes just use simple bands. Maybe my next proposal will be to someone who understands that. The apartment's quiet now. Peaceful. No more drama about whose friend has what, or who's achieving which milestone faster. Just me, my work, my hobbies, my life. To anyone reading this, if someone tells you your best isn't good enough, believe them. Then walk away. Don't let anyone make you feel like your love needs a price tag to be valid. Oh, and Jessica, if you're reading this, your ring wasn't embarrassing, but your behavior sure was.
That evening, when every gaze in the luxurious room was fixed on Vanessa, my so-called perfect sister, I could only stand quietly in a corner, my trembling hand clutching the worn envelope the lawyer had just handed me. Vanessa was declared the sole heir to the entire $18 million empire. The mansion, the yacht, the supercars, the company shares, everything was listed clearly in the will. Applause of congratulations and murmurs of admiration rose like a cold chorus. And me, the child always treated as an outsider, was left with a dusty envelope so thin that everyone assumed it contained nothing more than a meaningless scrap of paper. As I slipped away, mocking laughter still chased after me. That night, in my cramped apartment, I finally dared to open the envelope. What I discovered inside would not only change my life forever, but also expose the darkest secrets of the Carter family. Have you ever been dismissed by the entire world, only to realize that you were the one holding the real key all along? And before we uncover this secret together, I want to ask, where are you watching this story from, and at what time? Hi, my name is Isabel Carter, and I am 29 years old. When people hear the Carter name, they probably imagine I was born into luxury, cradled in the affection of a wealthy dynasty. But the truth could not be further from that. I am the illegitimate child, the one never wanted, the stain on the legacy of a powerful bloodline. I can still recall my mother's face, Laura Miller, though the memory is faint, fragmented like old reels of film. She died when I was only 3 years old in a car accident. Everyone insisted was just unfortunate. Yet, even as a child, I sensed something sinister behind her death. I remember that night vividly, the adults whispering in hushed tones, Eleanor sitting coldly on the living room sofa, and Richard Carter, my father, silently smoking until dawn without uttering a single word. After my mother's death, I was brought to live in the Carter estate in Rhode Island. To the world, that grand mansion was a symbol of power and luxury, but to me, it felt like a gilded prison. Eleanor, Richard's lawful wife and Vanessa's mother, quickly asserted her control over everything, including my very existence. She never allowed me to call her stepmother. Each time I slipped and said the word, her eyes would narrow, her teeth clenched. Don't you ever give me that title. You are not my child. You are nothing but a burden. From that moment, I understood that in this house spanning thousands of square feet, I had no rightful place. Vanessa, my half-sister, was the complete opposite. 5 years older than me, she was raised by Eleanor as a little queen. From an early age, Vanessa was enrolled in exclusive ballet classes, horseback riding lessons, and given a Steinway piano placed proudly in the center of the living room. Whenever there was a family photo, Vanessa was always positioned in the center, draped in elegant dresses, while I was forbidden from even approaching the camera. This is the image of the Carter family, not a playground for outsiders. Eleanor would say coldly whenever I lingered at the doorway, watching the picture of a family I could never be part of. My room was never a family member's bedroom, but the maid's quarters in the basement cramped and dark, with an old wooden bed that creaked every time I turned. While Vanessa had an entire suite of rooms filled with imported toys and custom-made princess dresses from Paris, I was given hand-me-down books and clothes from the household staff. I still remember one winter evening, when the family sat at the long, candlelit dining table. I was forced to eat in the kitchen with the servants simply because Eleanor didn't want the image of the Carter dinner table tainted. I was only 7 years old then, too young to fully understand the weight of that humiliation, only able to swallow my tears along with a bowl of cold, watery soup. What hurt the most was not the lack of material comfort, but the erasure of my existence. My name was never called at family gatherings, never introduced to friends or business partners. To the outside world, Isabel Carter did not exist. Richard, my father, though not as openly hostile as Eleanor, kept his distance. He rarely spoke to me, and every time his eyes fell on me, there was a flicker of something unspoken. Part pity, part fear, and something that almost resembled guilt. But he never stepped beyond that cold, invisible barrier to protect me. Vanessa grew up bathed in absolute favoritism. She was taught from the start that she was the rightful heir, the future of Carter Industries. Every one of her achievements, no matter how minor, was magnified by Eleanor, while mine, no matter how hard I worked, were never acknowledged. I remember once in elementary school I won a statewide science award for a small solar energy project. I brought the certificate home, my heart leaping at the thought that maybe, just maybe, my father would smile. But Eleanor only glanced at it, then tossed the paper into the trash with a bitter remark. Don't delude yourself into thinking a worthless piece of paper can change your place. Vanessa simply stood there smirking, showing off the new shoes Eleanor had just bought her from Milan. That was my childhood full of invisible cuts. I slowly learned to retreat inward, finding small pockets of joy where I could, reading in the abandoned library behind the mansion, sketching on old scraps of paper, and sometimes imagining another life where I wasn't considered the extra. But whenever I returned to reality, Eleanor's cold stare, Vanessa's mocking laugh, and my father's heavy silence reminded me that dream was nothing but a fantasy. By the time I emerged from that shadowed childhood, I knew the only way to survive was to rely on myself. No one in the Carter family gave me a single coin or a helping hand. Everything I would later achieve began with scholarships I earned through relentless effort. I still remember the moment I received my college acceptance letter with a full scholarship. My hands shook as I realized this was my ticket out of that mansion, away from Eleanor's contempt and Vanessa's sneers. On the day I left, no one came to see me off. Eleanor even announced in front of guests, "Finally, that burden has left my house." The words cut like a final knife, but at the same time, they became the very fuel for the vow I made to myself. I would never return in a position of weakness. My college years were a relentless stretch of studying and working without pause. I took shifts at a coffee shop, at the library, and squeezed in small interior design projects for friends to earn extra money. I discovered that I had an instinct for seeing space differently, creating harmony between light, color, and objects. That became the starting point for the path I would later choose. After graduation, I scraped together every dollar, borrowed a little more from a research grant, and rented a tiny room in Brooklyn to start my own interior design company. Back then, the company was just me, an old desk, and a laptop that had seen too many years. But to me, it was everything: a dream of owning my life, free from the Carter family's money or pity. While I was busy with small contracts designing studio apartments, coffee shops, or classrooms for elementary schools on the other side of the world, Vanessa and Eleanor were gracing the covers of society magazines. They were the center of glittering Manhattan parties, where diamond-studded gowns shimmered under chandelier light and expensive French wine glasses clinked in the laughter of the elite. Vanessa was regularly hailed by the press as the perfect heiress, while Eleanor was the powerful advisor behind Carter Industries. They strode confidently through charity galas, posed for photos with top politicians, and shook hands with banking moguls, real estate tycoons, even government officials. Every time I stumbled across their images in newspapers or on television, a strange ache pulsed in my chest, both painful and cold. Once, I had dreamed of being part of that picture. But eventually I realized that world was never meant for me. Richard, my father, was still alive, but the distance between us had never closed. He remained the boss on paper, his name stamped on every major contract, every business headline. But I knew all too well that the true hand steering Carter Industries was not his, but Eleanor's. I once attended a conference as a student and overheard a few businessmen speaking of her with an odd mix of respect and fear. Eleanor Blackwood is the one really in charge. Richard is just the face. I was 19 at the time, sitting in the back row, and those words carved themselves into my memory. They confirmed what I had felt throughout my childhood. Eleanor was not just the mistress of the house, she was the strategist behind every move of the Carter Empire. And me, though I shared the same blood, I remained an outsider. Richard never once called to ask how I was living in New York. Whenever I dared to send a letter sharing small victories like my company completing its first project or being featured in an independent design magazine, he stayed silent. No reply, no sign he even cared. Meanwhile, every step Vanessa took was celebrated, spotlighted, and praised. He proudly stood beside her at events, publicly presenting her as the heir. As for me, he seemed to deliberately keep his distance, as if my very existence were a risk that could unravel everything. New York City was a different kind of battlefield for me. There were no spotlights, no powerful handshakes, only small contracts and the grind of daily effort. I still remember the first evening I signed a contract on my own to renovate a one-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn. The owners were a young couple, and all they wanted was a space that felt neat and warm. I poured my whole heart into every detail, from the choice of paint colors and lighting to the placement of the furniture. When they looked around the finished apartment, the brightness in their eyes gave me a joy no paycheck could ever buy. That was the moment I realized that the path I had chosen, though modest, carried true meaning. But every night, when I returned to my tiny apartment and glanced at my phone screen lit up with images of Vanessa beaming on a new yacht or Eleanor raising a glass with top political figures, I felt the contrast more sharply than ever. Two worlds coexisted, separate, and I was standing at the edge, looking in. On one side was an empire of dazzling wealth and power. On the other, a young woman struggling to lay each brick for her own dream. And deep inside, I could never stop asking myself, why was I excluded? Why, with the same bloodline, was one exalted while the other was buried? That question never had an answer until the night I opened that dusty envelope and touched the truth. The news of my father's death reached me on a bleak autumn morning. I had just stepped out of my small office in Brooklyn when a call came from an unknown number. A rough male voice said, "Richard Carter, he's gone. The funeral will be this weekend." That was it. No words of condolence, no instructions, nothing more. I froze on the sidewalk, yellow leaves scattering around my feet. Though Richard had never truly been a father to me in all those years, the sudden news of his passing from a stroke still struck me with disbelief. Inside me there were no tears, only a heavy emptiness, as if a door had closed forever, one I had never been allowed to walk through. On the day of the funeral, I drove my old Honda, the only thing I had managed to own after years of labor, from New York back to Newport. The battered car looked small and out of place on the paved road leading to the Carter mansion, lined with sleek black limousines, Italian sports cars, and luxury SUVs. When I opened the door and stepped out, the rumble of engines and the click of high heels against marble blended together into a symphony of opulence that had never included me. I spotted Vanessa and Eleanor instantly as they descended from the newest Rolls-Royce, surrounded by a throng of people. Cameras flashed, guests crowded to shake their hands, their voices overflowing with flattery. So well-deserved, the true future of the Carter Empire. Eleanor smiled with cold pride, while Vanessa, in a custom black dress, merely nodded as though such adoration were her birthright. I walked into the church where the service was being held and took a seat in the very last row. I didn't dare move forward, knowing full well I wasn't welcome. Throughout the ceremony, Richard was remembered as a brilliant leader, a devoted father, a great businessman. Not a single word was said about me. In their eyes, the Carter family consisted only of Eleanor and Vanessa. When Eleanor's gaze briefly swept over me, I caught that familiar glint of disdain. She didn't need to speak, her eyes alone mocked me. How dare you even show your face here? After the funeral, the guests were invited back to the Newport mansion for the reading of the will. The estate, perched on the Rhode Island coastline, loomed like a castle, its towering white marble columns and ivy-covered walls both majestic and unwelcoming. I had spent part of my childhood there, yet every return made me feel like an intruder trespassing on forbidden ground. In the vast grand hall, portraits of Carter ancestors hung in solemn rows, but there was not a single trace of me or my mother. Eleanor sat regally at the center, Vanessa beside her, while I was given a small chair at the edge, an observer, nothing more. Mr. Finch, the middle-aged lawyer with a stern, weary look, stood to read the will. His voice echoed through the chamber. The entirety of Richard Carter's tangible and intangible assets, including estates, yachts, company shares, and properties totaling $18 million, shall be transferred to his daughter, Vanessa Carter. Applause and murmurs of approval spread across the room. Vanessa smiled in satisfaction, lifting her chin like a queen ascending her throne. Eleanor rested a hand on her daughter's shoulder, her eyes glittering with pride and triumph. I sat in silence, my heart pounding so hard it was difficult to breathe. $18 million, a figure beyond anything I could imagine, yet it didn't surprise me. I had expected this outcome, because all my life I had never truly been considered part of the family. But Finch wasn't finished. He turned another page, then paused, his voice lowering. In addition, Richard Carter left a message. The entire room went quiet. Finch read slowly, each word deliberate. Blood defines lineage, but character defines worth. You will receive exactly what you deserve. I felt dozens of eyes fall on me. Finch stepped forward and placed an old envelope into my hands, its edges yellowed as if it had been locked away for years. My fingers trembled as I took it, while a ripple of chuckles spread through the room. Vanessa burst into open laughter. Oh God, a dusty envelope. Isabel, do you really think Father left you anything? It's probably just an old Christmas card. The guests around her broke into laughter as well, some covering their mouths, though their eyes betrayed their ridicule. Eleanor didn't laugh as loudly as her daughter, but she leaned toward me, whispering with venom only I could hear. Exactly where you belong, nothing but dust. I bit down hard on my lip, my hand clutching the envelope so tightly the paper crumpled at the edges. I wanted to fight back, to shout that they could not keep me cast aside forever, but my throat locked. In that grand hall, surrounded by glittering gowns and expensive suits, I was nothing more than a small shadow, humiliated in front of dozens of witnesses. When the reading of the will ended, Vanessa was surrounded by people congratulating her as if she had just been crowned. I quietly rose, clutching the envelope to my chest, and left the mansion. As I passed through the grand doors, the ocean wind lashed against my face, cold and sharp, yet it couldn't cool the fire of humiliation burning in my chest. I walked past the rows of gleaming luxury cars until I reached my old Honda. The door creaked as I opened it, but at least it was the one space no one could take from me. I sat behind the wheel, my hands trembling, my mind in chaos. My entire life had been a lesson in exclusion, but never had I been publicly humiliated like this. I turned the key. The weak sputter of the engine rose like a bitter reminder of the distance between me and that other world. I arrived back in Brooklyn late at night. The small street where I lived was so quiet I could hear the wind slipping through the window cracks and a cat meowing faintly from the roof across the way. I sat down on the rickety wooden chair at my kitchen table, the yellow light casting blotched shadows on the walls. In my hands was still the old envelope, the thing everyone had mocked, dismissed as a cruel joke during the will reading. I turned it over under the lamp, feeling as if I were holding a secret no one cared to notice but me. I drew a long breath and gently opened the envelope. Inside was not an old Christmas card, nor some meaningless scrap of paper. There was only a thin sheet typed in terse lines, Zurich Liberty Bank. Account number 764291XXXX. This is for the child who was never supposed to exist. Your mother knew why. I read the words again and again, my head spinning. The child who was never supposed to exist, the phrase stabbed straight into my heart. All these years I had grown used to being overlooked, treated as an afterthought, but never had I seen the truth laid out in black and white like this. And, your mother knew why. Why would my father write that? Why bring up my mother, gone since I was 3, as if she held all the answers? My hands shook as I opened my old laptop. I typed the bank's name into the browser, and Zurich Liberty Bank appeared with its sleek, cold interface. I entered the account number, along with the small password printed at the bottom of the paper. My heart pounded wildly, each beat threatening to explode in my chest. The screen spun for a few seconds, then the number appeared. I froze, unable to believe my eyes. $127 million. $127 million. I sank back into my chair, breath coming fast and uneven. For a moment, the entire little apartment seemed to tilt around me. I looked around the room, the peeling walls, the old refrigerator rattling in the corner, the secondhand table and chairs from a thrift shop, and then back at the glaring number on the screen. The contrast was so stark I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Part of me wanted to scream, to call someone and share it, but then I realized I had no one. No family member, no close friend near enough for me to tell that I had just discovered a fortune beyond imagination. It was only me, sitting in my small apartment, holding the biggest secret of my life. And, at the same time, a massive question rose inside me. Why had my father left this money to me? And why not to Vanessa, the daughter the whole world assumed to be the rightful heir? If Richard had only wanted me to stay silent, he could have ignored me as he always had. If he wanted to punish Eleanor, he had an entire will to do it publicly. So why this hidden way, leaving me only an old envelope with that haunting message? I wondered if this was just another cruel trick from Eleanor. But no, the typewritten words were too precise, the tone far too personal. This was undoubtedly from Richard. And that sum couldn't be fake. I tried transferring a small amount, exactly $500, into my own personal account. Within seconds, the balance appeared in my U.S. bank, proof that the Zurich account was real. I sat frozen, my hands clutching my head. $127 million. It wasn't a gift. It was a burden, a vast mystery laced with a responsibility I wasn't yet ready to carry. I thought of the message again. Your mother knew why. My mother, Laura Miller, the woman whose memory in my mind lived only in faint scraps, a light trace of perfume, the soft hum of a lullaby, her arms holding me on cold nights. Everything ended when her car plunged down a hill in the accident the Carter family never spoke of again. Now I couldn't stop myself from thinking, was that death tied to this money? And why had my father mentioned my mother when leaving me this secret fortune? I opened a desk drawer and took out an old album I'd kept. Inside were only a handful of photographs of her, one where she held me in the park, one where she stood at the door of our old house in Boston. I ran my fingers over her face in the picture and whispered, "Mom, I have to find out the truth. I need to know why Father did this, and why you're the key to all of it." Outside, car horns echoed through the night, and the streetlights cast a dull golden glow across the room. I sat alone, caught between two realities. One Isabel, poor and publicly humiliated at the will reading, and another Isabel who had just discovered she held a fortune capable of changing everything. Between those two versions of myself, the only thread connecting them was the relentless question, why had my father chosen me? That night I hardly slept. The figure $127 million flashed in my mind like a light that refused to go out. But more haunting than the number was the message. Your mother knew why. If my mother knew the reason, then everything had to begin with her death. I decided I would go back, search for every trace left behind from the accident that had taken her life when I was only 3 years old. The next morning, I called in to take the day off, pulled on an old coat, and boarded a train to Boston, the place where the accident records were kept. On the way, my heart pounded as if I were stepping into a play whose script had already been written, except I had not yet reached the final act. The administrative building where homicide and accident files were stored was old, the air heavy with the smell of aged paper mixed with rusted metal. I filled out the request form, my hand trembling as I wrote the name. Laura Miller, 1999. The clerk looked at me with a measuring stare before disappearing into the archives. Half an hour later, she returned and laid a thin but weighty file onto the desk. I opened it, the yellowed pages revealing the words, Case No. 11478, Vehicle Accident. The detailed report stated that my mother's car had plunged down a hill on the outskirts, the brakes having completely failed. But what froze me to the core was a red underlined note. Brake line appeared intentionally severed. Further investigation recommended. Potential homicide. I sat paralyzed, my eyes locked on the words. So, from the very beginning, the police had suspected this was no accident. They had been prepared to pursue it as a homicide case, but at the end of the file was a short memorandum. Investigation closed per request of Richard Carter. Cause of death officially listed as accident. I read that line again and again, my mind in turmoil. My father, Richard, the man who had abandoned me my entire life, he was the one who asked for the investigation to be shut down. Why? What was he afraid of? Who was he protecting? I leaned back in the chair and closed my eyes, childhood memories flooding in. I remembered once, as a little girl, I had overheard Eleanor furiously arguing with Richard in the living room. Her voice was sharp, cutting. She must never set foot in this house. Laura is nothing but a stain you foolishly brought into our lives. I will not let her take my place. Back then, I hadn't understood the meaning of those words, only the sight of Eleanor's face, flushed red, her eyes burning with hatred. Now, linking that fragment of memory to the file in my hands, I shuddered at the realization. Eleanor had every motive to want my mother gone. The more I thought, the more the pieces aligned in a terrifying way. Eleanor had always treated me as a burden, a living reminder that Richard had once loved another woman. She had never hidden her contempt for my mother. I remembered the rare family gatherings when, if someone happened to mention Laura's name, Eleanor would immediately change the subject or drop a cruel remark. What's worth saying about someone like that? I would sit in silence, but deep down, I knew she hated my mother more than anyone else ever could. I closed the file, my hands trembling with rage. All these years, my mother's death had not been fate but the result of a conspiracy. And the one who requested the case be closed, my father, was involved. Yet deep down, I felt Richard was not the culprit. He might have stayed silent out of fear, pressure, or because of a force far greater than I had ever imagined. And when I recalled Eleanor's eyes at the funeral, that triumphant gleam as if she still held everything in her grasp, a chill ran down my spine. On the train ride back to New York, I stared out at the rushing scenery, a fierce determination rising inside me. I needed to dig deeper, to uncover why Eleanor wielded such immense power. Power strong enough to force Richard into shutting down a murder case. Since childhood, I had sensed that Eleanor was not merely the wealthy wife behind Richard. She had a way of making people obey, from household staff to Carter Industries business partners. Richard might have been the boss on paper, but I believed the true power had always rested with Eleanor. When I arrived at my apartment, I set the file on the table and stared at the red underlined words. Brake line severed. The picture was becoming clear. My mother had been murdered. Richard knew, but chose to conceal it. Eleanor had the motive, the influence, and for years had openly despised my mother. Inside me, a voice grew louder. Eleanor Blackwood knew more than she had ever admitted. She was the key. And if I wanted to uncover the truth, I would have to start by exposing the real woman behind Eleanor, the one who had destroyed my childhood and stolen my mother from me. My phone rang on a gray Monday morning. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar international number, beginning with the code +41. I hesitated for a moment, then answered. On the other end was a deep male voice, precise, with a faint German inflection. Hello, this is Hinrich Ducker, Senior Manager at Zurich Liberty Bank. I need to speak with you, Isabel Carter. At the mention of the bank's name, my heart nearly stopped. That was the very place holding the secret $127 million I had just discovered. I replied softly, trying to keep my composure. Yes, this is me, but how do you know who I am? And how did you get my number? The man paused briefly, then said, Miss Carter, I was entrusted by Mr. Richard Carter. Before his death, he left instructions that once you access the account, we were to contact you immediately. There are things he wanted you to know, but could not say while he was alive. His voice carried no hint of deception. I sat upright, my entire body going cold. Ducker suggested we continue through a secure video channel. Within minutes, my laptop screen displayed the image of a man in his 60s, silver-haired but with sharp, unwavering eyes. He inclined his head in greeting before beginning to speak. Isabel, you have probably always wondered why you lived on the margins of the Carter family. The truth is, your mother, Laura Miller, was not just an ordinary woman. She was once an undercover FBI agent, embedded to investigate illegal operations within Carter Industries. I was stunned. All my life, I had only known my mother through hazy memories and a handful of old photographs, a gentle woman with kind blue eyes. I had never imagined she had once been an agent. No, that can't be, I whispered. But Ducker went on. This is a classified file the FBI kept sealed for years. Under Richard's leadership, Carter Industries became entangled in money laundering networks and clandestine finance. Laura was assigned to infiltrate, to get close to Richard and gather evidence. But everything changed when she truly fell in love with him, and then became pregnant with you. End quote. I clutched my head, my heart pounding wildly. Everything was spinning. My mother, an FBI agent? And me the result of a mission gone off plan? Ducker nodded, as if he could feel the shock I was going through. When she discovered she was pregnant, Laura chose to withdraw from the mission. She didn't want her child born into a storm. But at that very moment, her enemies found out. He paused, eyes fixed on the camera. The order to eliminate her did not come from Richard, but from Eleanor Blackwood. The name Eleanor landed like a hammer blow to my chest. I stopped breathing, my palms icy. Ducker continued. Eleanor was not merely Richard's wife. She was the covert leader, the one running the dark financial network behind Carter Industries. Richard was only the legal facade. Eleanor learned Laura was an agent, and when Laura tried to leave, she saw her as a threat. The order was given, remove her. And the accident in 1999 was the result. I listened as if slipping into another realm. All the fragments I had once suspected now clicked perfectly into place: the file about the severed brake line, the memories of Eleanor's jealousy, my father's fearful silence. Everything led to one point. Eleanor. Not just a cruel stepmother, but the woman who had destroyed my mother's life and hidden the truth for decades. And what about Vanessa? I asked, my voice trembling. Ducker's expression grew solemn. Vanessa is Eleanor's biological daughter. She was raised to be the legitimate heir, a shield to maintain Eleanor's grip on power. But in truth, Eleanor is the one pulling the strings. Vanessa is only a pawn, unaware of the full extent of her mother's crimes. I sat in silence as tears streamed down my face. For so many years I had blamed Richard for his coldness, for abandoning me. Now I understood he had lived under constant fear. He knew the truth about Eleanor, knew she had killed Laura, but if he dared to defy her, my life would have been in danger. Perhaps that was why he kept his distance, to protect me from the gaze of the murderer disguised as a high society lady. Ducker sent over another digital file. Records, financial documents, and photographs linking Eleanor directly to global money laundering operations. Richard secretly transferred these to me. He wanted you, when you were strong enough, to learn the truth and choose your own path. The $127 million are not tainted funds. They're a trust Laura and Richard created to protect you, to give you freedom, even while Eleanor controlled everything else. I stared at the screen in shock. My world had turned upside down. Grief and fury surged through me all at once. Eleanor Blackwood, the woman who had stolen my mother, destroyed my childhood, and built a sanctified facade around the Carter empire, was now revealed as the mastermind of crime. The call ended, but I remained frozen before the dark screen. My breath came in sharp bursts, my heart hammering with each beat. I knew that from this moment on, there was no way back. I was holding in my hands the key to unlock the darkest secrets of all. And I swore to myself I would not allow my mother's death to be buried one more day. I had thought I would hate Richard Carter forever, the father who only watched from a distance, letting me grow up in loneliness and humiliation. But after the call from Zurich, the layers of the veil began to lift. I realized the distance he built between us was not entirely indifference or contempt, but a wall of protection he had been forced to erect to shield me from Eleanor's darkness. I returned to the file Ducker had sent, reading and rereading every page. There were internal FBI memos, anonymous letters sent from untraceable addresses, all bearing the same electronic signature matching Richard's. In them, he provided information about suspicious Carter Industries transactions, vast sums funneled into tax havens. He never appeared as the whistleblower himself, but the repeated phrase, internal source, said everything. Richard was both the man steering the empire and the secret betrayer in the shadows, living with two faces every day. I reeled back into memories of my childhood. The long dinners where he sat at the head of the table, rigid, eyes always avoiding mine. I had once believed that look held shame, that I was the illegitimate child. But now I understood. Perhaps every time he looked at me, he feared Eleanor would notice some flicker of affection he still held for me. He chose silence and coldness because if he showed closeness, Eleanor would immediately suspect. In that ruthless game of power, I had unknowingly become his most dangerous vulnerability. Ducker's files also mentioned a special fund, one that began in 1998, right after Laura became pregnant with me. The first transfers came from an unknown source, but after that Richard added to it steadily. The cold numbers in the account ledger suddenly felt heavy. They weren't just figures, they were evidence of a father's fear and determination. He had known Eleanor could strike at any time, and that money was the only insurance for my survival. I trembled as memories returned of being left alone in the maid's room, of eating with the staff in the kitchen while Vanessa shone at the dining table. Back then, all I had felt was shame and pain. But now I understood every distance, every invisibility he imposed on me had been a layer of disguise. Eleanor would never allow anyone to threaten her position or her daughters. If I had been publicly acknowledged, if Richard had openly protected me, perhaps I would not be alive to tell this story now. But the truth did not erase the ache. I still felt a knot in my throat when I remembered the years I had begged silently for a hug, a word of praise, and received only a cold, distant glance. I whispered to myself, "Father, why didn't you believe I was strong enough to know the truth? Why did you let me endure it all alone?" The question drifted into the night, unanswered, leaving only the sound of wind slipping through the window of my small apartment. Among the papers lay one final note, Richard's signature clear at the bottom. "If my daughter finds this, tell her that I have always seen Laura in her." I kept my distance not because I did not love her, but because I loved her too much. Eleanor would never spare her if she knew I still cared. The only way to protect her was to let her believe she was only a shadow. I read those lines over and over until tears blurred the ink. All those years of hatred, all those years wondering if I was worth anything, everything boiled down to one bitter truth. He loved me, but that love had been chained by fear of Eleanor. Looking back, I saw Richard like a bird trapped in a gilded cage, brilliant on the outside, but full of invisible wounds within. He had lived his whole life compromising, maintaining enough power to avoid being cast aside, while secretly feeding fragments of evidence to the FBI, hoping one day the truth would emerge. But he had not been brave enough to break the chains himself. All he could do was leave it for me, the child he had once deliberately pushed out of the light, but to whom he had secretly entrusted the future of the truth. I sat alone in my cramped Brooklyn apartment, the thick FBI files spread before me, the laptop screen still glowing with the figure $127 million. Never in my life had I felt so starkly caught between two worlds. On one side, That vast sum promised a life I had never dared dream of. A seaside mansion, trips around the world, doors opening with a single click. On the other side, pages steeped in blood, Ducker's voice echoing in my mind. Laura Miller was murdered on the orders of Eleanor Blackwood. And I knew my mother, the gentle woman I remembered only through a few faded images, deserved more than any fortune ever could. Vanessa's image filled my mind, her elegant black dress at the funeral, her self-satisfied smile as she accepted an empire worth $18 million. I had once envied her, once hated her because I was never allowed to stand in the light. But now, with the truth revealed, I no longer saw a perfect sister. I saw a puppet. Vanessa was nothing more than a flower Eleanor had placed on the altar of power, a cover to hide the bloodstained lineage and the hands that had killed my mother. That empire was not an inheritance, it was evidence of a crime. And if I chose silence, I would be helping Eleanor keep her grip on everything. Two paths appeared before me. The first, I could stay silent, keep the 127 million, disappear from Eleanor's sight, and live a comfortable life anywhere in the world. Switzerland, Italy, even a small house on the California coast. No one would know, no one would bother me. I could start over, leave the past behind. The second, I could step into the light, reveal the entire truth, hand the files to the FBI, and force Eleanor and even Vanessa to face justice. But that path meant putting myself in danger. Eleanor was not someone who sat still. She had money, connections, and an entire criminal network behind her. I asked myself, which path would my mother want me to choose? If she were alive, would Laura want me safe, or would she want me to finish the mission she never could? I opened the only photo I still had of her standing in front of our old Boston house, holding me as a little girl. Her eyes stared straight into the lens, gentle yet unyielding. I knew the answer was there, in that gaze. My mother had been an FBI agent. She had chosen to sacrifice herself to protect the truth. I was her daughter. I could not betray that ideal out of fear. I remembered the final words of the will Finch had read aloud. Blood defines lineage, but character defines worth. You will receive exactly what you deserve. At the time, I had thought it was nothing more than a bitter, cutting phrase. But now I understood. Richard knew I would have a choice, and what I deserved was not to live quietly off money, but to face the truth and decide with my own character. I stood up and began pacing the small room. Fear crept in. If I failed, Eleanor could have me eliminated the way she had my mother. But at the same time, a fire flared inside me. I had spent my whole life in the shadows, branded the child nobody wanted, mocked and discarded. This was the first time I had the chance to turn the board, and I swore I would not waste it. I reopened my laptop and typed an encrypted email to Ducker. I choose justice. Tell me the next step. My fingers trembled as I hit send, but immediately afterward a strange calm washed over me. I knew this path would be full of danger, but at least I was no longer the invisible child in the maid's room. I was Isabel Carter, daughter of Laura Miller. And I would not let my mother's death remain buried another day. I closed the laptop and stepped out onto the balcony. The New York night lay beneath me, neon lights glowing, traffic humming, the scent of gasoline carried in the wind. I drew a deep breath. For the first time in years, I felt my body trembling, not from fear, but from strength rising inside me. From this moment on, my life would no longer be dictated by Eleanor or Vanessa. The choice was mine, and I had chosen justice. From the moment I sent the email to Ducker, I knew I had stepped onto a road with no way back. In the days that followed, I lived strung tight as a wire. I locked every door, checked the security cameras multiple times, and always carried a can of pepper spray in my bag. But fear no longer paralyzed me the way it once had. It had become fuel, a reminder that I was moving closer to the truth Eleanor had tried to bury for more than 2 decades. The first thing I did was separate a portion of the assets from Eleanor's shadow. That night I logged into the Zurich account, my hand shaking as I entered the amount, $10 million. I transferred it into a private account in my name at a U.S. bank, an account Ducker had securely set up. When the transaction completed, I let out a breath. That was my safety net. If everything collapsed, at least I had a future to hold on to. But the remaining sum 117 million I left untouched. It was not for me. It was evidence, my mother's legacy, the blade I was about to drive straight into the heart of the empire Eleanor had built. I spent the entire week organizing the documents Ducker had sent. Hundreds of pages of financial reports, transaction invoices, internal memoranda, and scattered testimonies from anonymous sources. I numbered everything, arranged it, and finally compressed it into an encrypted digital dossier. I knew I could not defeat Eleanor alone. She had a network, and I was just one person. So I sent the entire file to a confidential FBI address Ducker provided. In the email I wrote briefly, "My name is Isabel Carter. This is evidence of illegal financial activity by Carter Industries under the direction of Eleanor Blackwood. I request protection and, above all, I request justice for Laura Miller." 2 days later, the FBI made contact. One morning, while I sat in my usual Brooklyn cafe, 2 men in suits approached my table. They didn't need to show me a badge. I knew immediately where they were from. One of them spoke quietly, "We received the file. You did the right thing." Those words left me trembling and strangely relieved. After so many years, someone was finally on my side. The operation unfolded faster than I ever imagined. Perhaps it was because the FBI had already been quietly monitoring Carter Industries for years, and what I provided was simply the final piece that completed the puzzle. I wasn't told the details, but from the scattered hints, I understood that the net had already been cast wide. And then, the fateful morning arrived. The news exploded like a bomb. I sat frozen in front of the television, watching live images from Rhode Island. Dozens of FBI agents stormed the Newport mansion, black SUVs blocking every entrance. Eleanor, dressed in a silk sapphire gown, still tried to hold her haughty composure, but her wrists were bound in gleaming handcuffs. Vanessa screamed hysterically, her face twisted in fear, as she was dragged out the front gates under the flashing cameras of dozens of reporters. The anchor's voice rang out, "The FBI has just dismantled a large-scale illegal financial network tied to Carter Industries. This is considered the biggest organized crime case in years." My throat tightened. All my life I had dreamed of this moment, the moment Eleanor would bow her head, the moment Vanessa's arrogance would finally crumble. Yet, when it truly happened, I didn't feel wild triumph. Instead, a deep sadness washed over me. Because behind the flashing cameras, behind the shouting and the click of handcuffs, I saw the shadow of my mother, the woman who had died in silence so that justice could finally be named today. The news spread across every headline. Carter Empire collapses, high society queen exposed as criminal mastermind. Arrest shakes business elite. Articles detailed how the FBI froze all assets, the Newport mansion, the luxury yachts, the collection of supercars all seized. Even the $18 million Vanessa had inherited from the will was immediately frozen. The glamorous images of Eleanor and Vanessa, once seated in the front row of galas, were now replaced by photographs of them in orange prison jumpsuits, handcuffed, heads bowed before the court. I sat alone in my apartment, watching the broadcast, my breath coming fast and shallow. I had done what my father had never dared to do. I had dragged Eleanor into the light, shattered the flawless mask she had worn to rule over everything. But at what cost? I knew that somewhere out there, those still loyal to her might be seething, might be plotting revenge. I had no illusion that the danger was over. Yet, for the first time in my life, I felt my mother was no longer forgotten. After everything, I left New York on a quiet winter night. The glowing streets, the familiar car horns, I knew I would miss them, but I also understood they were bound to shadows and painful memories. I needed a new beginning, a place where I could breathe freely without being haunted by the name Carter. And so, I chose Switzerland, the land my mother had once dreamed of, where still waters reflected snow-capped mountains, where my parents' secret had once been safeguarded inside a bank account. Life began, simply. I rented a small apartment overlooking Lake Geneva. By day, I worked alongside young local architects, taking on modest interior design projects. By night, I walked along the lake, letting the cold wind sting my face and remind me that I was still alive, still free to choose how I lived. But I refused to let my life be only for myself. From the weight of loss, I understood the pain of children robbed of their parents by crime. I decided to create a foundation, named the Laura Foundation, in my mother's memory. It would support children who had lost parents to violence, scholarships, safe housing, and above all, arms ready to hold them, the very thing I had once longed for but never received. I used part of the profits from my work and my private investments to run the Laura Foundation. But I never touched the $127 million, even though it remained in the Zurich account. As the years passed, the number grew steadily with interest and safe investments managed by Ducker. One day, I looked at the screen and saw it had surpassed 200 million USD. I laughed a sound both relieved and bitter. I had never needed that money to prove my worth. I only needed to know it existed as proof that my parents, in their own way, had tried to protect me even when they were gone. Each year, like a ritual, Hinrich Ducker would call. His face grew older, but his eyes remained sharp. "Miss Isabel," he asked, "do you want to claim the entire sum now? It is yours, legally, and every restriction has expired." I smiled and shook my head. "I already have enough, Mr. Ducker. I have a home, a job I love, and a foundation that carries my mother's name. That's all I need." He looked at me for a long moment, then nodded, as if he understood that my real strength was not in the number on the bank screen, but in my ability to choose not to be ruled by it. From time to time, the media still mentioned the fall of Carter Industries as a landmark in the fight against financial crime. My name rarely appeared, and I wanted it that way. I didn't need glory, I only wanted quiet peace. Eleanor Blackwood and Vanessa had become names tied forever to disgrace, imprisoned, their wealth stripped away. But I chose a different path, not more revenge, but healing. I would never forget that my mother had fallen for the truth, and I knew the best way to honor her was not to live in hatred, but to use freedom to create meaning. One summer afternoon, I sat by the lakeshore with a group of children from the Laura Foundation, listening to their laughter as they played tag. A little blonde girl, no more than 7, suddenly hugged me tightly and whispered, "Thank you for giving me a family." I was choked with emotion as I held her close. In that moment, I realized the greatest inheritance was not the money my parents left behind, but the ability to turn my pain into light for others. And so, my story closes with a simple truth that took me a lifetime to learn. The real inheritance is not the wealth parents leave behind, but the freedom to choose how you live. I am no longer the child nobody wanted. I am no longer invisible. I am Isabel Carter, the daughter of Laura Miller, and I have rewritten my own destiny. The final scene I want to keep in my memory. A quiet evening by Lake Geneva. The sky fades into a soft violet, the breeze rippling gently across the water. I walk along the shore, letting the chill brush through my hair, and whisper, "Mom, I did it. And I am free."
My wife said, "I'm going on a business trip with my boss." Then I saw the couple's massage booking on her email. I replied, "Work hard." Then I called her boss's wife, forwarded the email, and wished her a happy anniversary. The screaming I heard through the phone when she called me back. I, 36 male, work as an urban planner for the city. It's a job about rules, long-term consequences, and seeing how one small change can affect an entire system. It's methodical. I like it. My wife, Alara, 34, is the opposite. She's all flash and momentum. She works in high-end commercial real estate development. We've been married for 7 years. It's been stable. Until about 6 months ago, when she got this new job with a shark-like developer named Alistair, 50-something. Lately, the distance has been palpable. Client dinners that run until 1 a.m., site visits on weekends. Her phone, once left casually on the counter, is now permanently screened down or in her purse. I'm a planner. I see the pattern. Last night she came home buzzing, kissed me on the cheek, which felt like a formality, and poured a huge glass of wine. "Babe, massive news," she said. "Alistair is taking me to the big coastal developers summit. It's huge, just me and him. If we land this, it's the new high-rise account. It's everything. Wow, I said. Just you and him? Don't be like that, Leo, she snapped, her good mood vanishing. It's work. You know the thing I'm good at? It's 3 days. I leave Thursday. Okay, I said. Just congrats. I felt that cold, familiar knot. I'm not a don't be like that guy. I'm the guy who supports her. But this felt different. This morning she was in the shower getting ready to go to the office before her trip. Our shared family tablet was on the kitchen counter charging. I was just checking the weather. A notification popped up on the lock screen. An email from Serenity Spa and Resort. Subject your booking confirmation. My heart didn't pound. It just stopped. My job is about details. I unlocked the tablet. Her personal email was still logged in. I opened it. It wasn't just a spa booking. It was an itinerary. Dear Alara, we are thrilled to confirm your reservation for our couples retreat package. It listed the services: 90-minute aromatherapy deep tissue, private grotto soak, champagne and strawberries. And the guests, booked for Alistair and Alara. The blood drained from my face. I scrolled down. The date, Thursday, the day she leaves. I felt sick. But the planner in me took over. I needed more data. Alistair is a local big shot. His wife Rowena is a socialite on the board of every local charity. Her social media is public. It took me 30 seconds to find her Instagram. I scrolled back. Posts about fundraisers, new shoes, her awful little dogs. And then exactly 1 year ago, a post. Happy 20th anniversary to my rock, Alistair. He's whisking me away. I'm the luckiest woman alive. Can't wait for 21. The date of the post, 2 days before their trip. The date of the couple's retreat booking, their 21st anniversary. My wife isn't just sleeping with her boss. She's his anniversary present to himself. I felt a sudden strange calm. The hurt was there, deep and cold, but on the surface was just logic. A problem to be solved. A system that needed correction. Alara came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Hey, can you iron my silk blouse, the one I need for the summit dinner? She asked. I just nodded. Sure. While the iron heated up, I sent her a text, even though she was in the next room. Me. Trip sounds intense. Work hard. XO? She glanced at her phone and smiled. Thanks, babe. You're the best. 9:15 a.m. Alara left for the office. I found the website for Rowena's main charity. Her contact info was right there on the board members page. An assistant's email and her direct line. I forwarded the Serenity Spa email confirmation to my own account. Then I forwarded it to Rowena. Subject, happy anniversary. Rowena, this is Leo, Alara's husband. I believe our spouses are collaborating on a special project for your anniversary. You should see this confirmation. I believe it's for this Thursday. All the best, Leo. I hit send. 9:30 a.m. I called the best, most ruthless divorce lawyer in the city, the one who handled my colleague's nightmare separation. Hello, I need to book an emergency consultation. Today, my wife is having an affair with her boss and I just sent the proof to his wife. A pause. Mr. Leo, can you be here at 11 a.m.? 10 my phone rang. An unknown number. I let it ring. A minute later, my actual phone rang. Alara. I answered. I put it on speaker. It wasn't her voice I heard first. It was screaming. A woman's voice, pure operatic rage. I will ruin you. I will end you, Alistair. You're done. Then Alara's voice, high-pitched and panicked. Leo, what did you do? What did you do? Hi, Alara. What's wrong? Sounds busy. Rowena is here. Alistair is. What did you send her? My job. Leo, why? I just wished her a happy anniversary, I said, my voice perfectly level. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? You two were getting a couple's massage for it. I heard a sound, a gasp, then a sob. You bastard. You spied on me. Your itinerary popped up on the tablet, Alara. You booked an anniversary getaway with another woman's husband. I just forwarded the mail. The screaming in the background got closer. I heard Rowena, clear as day. Get her out. Get her out of my building. Leo, please. You have to fix this. Call her. Tell her it was a mix-up. A team building. Leo, I'm going to be fired. That sounds like a natural consequence, Alara. You've ruined my life. No, I said, grabbing my keys to go see the lawyer. You did. I just sent the receipts. Goodbye. I hung up. The apartment was quiet. I took a deep breath. My hands were shaking. Not from fear, from clarity. The system was in motion. Update 1, it's been 2 weeks. Hell is a word. Nuclear is another. I've been staying at my brother's place since the call, but I had to go back to the house today to meet my lawyer. And unfortunately, Alara was there. The trip was, of course, instantly cancelled. Alara was, as predicted, fired. Or as her termination letter apparently put it, her position was eliminated, effective immediately, due to corporate restructuring. I guess Rowena is on the company's board, family money, of course, and that restructuring was swift. Alistair was also fired, canned, booted, pursuing other opportunities. Rowena, I hear, is divorcing him and has already had his assets frozen. She does not play. But my problem isn't Rowena, it's Alara. I went to the house with my lawyer, as agreed, to assess the property. We've been married 7 years. The house is mine. I bought it 5 years before we even met. It's a premarital asset. My name is the only one on the deed. I thought this would be simple. I was wrong. We walked in, and she was sitting on the sofa surrounded by packing tape and empty wine bottles. She looked terrible. But the moment she saw me, her eyes went from dead to pure venom. There he is, she's standing up. The man. The little spy who ruined my life. Alara, I said, tired. We're here with my lawyer, Mr. Graves, to discuss the path forward. The path forward? She laughed. A high, ugly sound. The path forward is you fixing this, Leo. You think you can just blow up my entire career, my life, and just walk away? Alara, you had an affair on his wife's anniversary. What did you think? I thought you were my husband, she shrieked. I thought you were supposed to support me. This was a mistake. A stupid, stupid mistake. Alistair, he's powerful. He promised me a partnership. Do you know what that means? We would have been set for life. Set. And you threw it all away for what? Your pathetic little pride? I was speechless. The entitlement. She wasn't sorry she did it. She was sorry she got caught. She was furious that I hadn't just, let her? You need to leave, Alara, I said. This is my house. You have 24 hours to get your things. This is where her lawyer must have coached her. Her entire demeanor changed. She smiled. A slow, cold, calculating smile. No, I don't think I will. Mr. Graves stepped forward. Miss Alara, the deed is solely in Mr. Leo's name. It is a premarital asset. You have no legal right to stay here. Oh, but I do, she said, tapping her temple. See, I may not be on the deed, but I paid for the entire kitchen and master bath remodel. $120,000 of my money, my inheritance actually. That's my equity. This house is just as much mine as it is his, so I'm not going anywhere until I get my half. Or until a judge makes me. My lawyer and I looked at each other. She was right. She'd used an inheritance she got 3 years ago to fund a massive renovation. That value is now commingled. This just went from a simple eviction to a protracted, ugly, expensive legal battle over occupancy. She knew she had me, so... Path forward? She mocked. The path forward is you paying me, Leo. You either buy me out, or we sell the house and split it. Until then, I'm your roommate. She's dug in, she's in the guest room, but she's here, making my life a living hell. She blasts music, she accidentally leaves the stove on, she forgets to lock the door. It's hostile. And the entitlement has escalated. Her mother, Fiona, called me. Not once, 12 times. Leo, this is Fiona. You have to stop this. You are destroying her. She was trapped, Leo. A man like Alistair, you don't say no to him. She's a victim here. You're supposed to be her protector, and you fed her to the wolves. What kind of man does that? Fiona, she booked a couples massage, I said for the 4th time. She wasn't trapped. She was packing silk blouses. You are a cold, cold man, she hissed and hung up. So now I'm in a legal stalemate. I can't get her out without a court order, and that takes time. She's in my house, actively hostile, demanding her half of my property. My lawyer is filing for an emergency order of exclusive occupancy, citing her infidelity and creation of a hostile environment, but it's not a slam dunk. While I was there, I noticed her eyeing something. On my office wall, I have a set of original architectural drawings. They were my grandfather's. They're my artifact. They're the most valuable thing I own, not in money, but in sentiment. She looked right at them, then at me, and smiled. I always did love these. I'm moving them to a safe deposit box tomorrow. This is just the beginning. Final update. It's over. It's finally, truly over. The past 2 months have been a masterclass in legal maneuvering and human ugliness. The roommate situation became untenable. I moved back to my brother's. I refused to be in that house with her. My lawyer and I decided to let the legal process play out. We had the hearing for the exclusive occupancy. We lost. The judge, a woman who seemed exhausted by the whole thing, ruled that since Alara had a significant, demonstrable financial stake in the property, the $120,000 remodel, I couldn't just kick her out without a final divorce decree. She was ordered to stay in the guest wing, me and the master, if I chose. But we were legally stuck. Alara was smug. She thought she'd won. She thought she could drag this out for a year, bleed me dry in legal fees, and force a sale of the house. She saw this as weakness. So she escalated. This is where the dirty trick comes in. This is where she overplayed her hand so badly it cost her everything. I had, as promised, moved my grandfather's drawings to a bank vault. I'm not an idiot, but I'd forgotten about something else. In my office, in a flat file cabinet, were my own professional portfolios. Years of my work, renderings, plans, conceptual designs for city projects. Not valuable, in a monetary sense, but they were my career. My professional history. I had to go to the house to retrieve them for a job interview. I'm looking at a new position in the private sector, far away from all this. I walked into my office. Alara was at work, or job hunting as she claimed. I opened the flat file. Empty. Every single portfolio. Gone. I felt that same coldness from the day I found the email. I have a small, motion-activated security camera in my office. I installed it after she forgot to lock the front door. I checked the footage from the day before. There she was, clear as day. Alara, in a business suit, carefully and methodically emptying my file cabinet, stacking my portfolios and carrying them out to her car. She didn't look angry. She looked efficient. This wasn't an act of passion. This was calculated leverage. She was going to hold my career hostage. I didn't call her. I didn't text. I called my lawyer, Mr. Graves. She did it. She stole my portfolios. I have it on video. I heard him take a sharp breath. Leo, send me that file. Now, do not engage with her. At all. The revenge, it was beautiful. And it wasn't even my idea, it was his. What Alara didn't know is that theft of property during divorce proceedings is not just bad faith. It's criminal contempt of court. And in our state, trade secrets or professional works are valued very highly. Mr. Graves filed an emergency motion. Not just for occupancy, for contempt and theft. We were in front of the same judge 48 hours later. Alara was there with her lawyer, looking confused. She clearly thought this was about something boring, like discovery. The judge, Mr. Graves, this is an unscheduled motion. This had better be good. It is, Your Honor, Graves said, his voice like ice. 2 days ago, the defendant, in clear violation of the automatic temporary restraining orders that prevent the removal or hiding of assets, entered my client's private office and stole his professional portfolios containing his entire career's worth of work. We have a video. He played it on the courtroom monitor, the entire 10-minute clip, Alara methodically, calmly stealing. Alara's lawyer looked at her. His face went white. I heard him whisper, "What did you do?" Alara was staring at the screen, her mouth open. The judge was livid. She took off her glasses. "Miss Alara," she said, her voice dangerously quiet. "You came into my courtroom 2 weeks ago claiming you were a victim, claiming you needed the protection of this court to keep your home. And then, you did this? You committed theft of your husband's professional property?" I was just moving them for safekeeping," Alara stammered. "Safekeeping? In your car?" The judge roared. "You lied to my face. This is an act of breathtaking bad faith. This is criminal. The consequences. Oh, they were so sweet." The judge reversed her previous ruling on the spot. Motion for exclusive occupancy is granted, effective immediately. "Miss Alara, you will vacate the premises by 5 p.m. today. You are to be escorted by a sheriff's deputy to retrieve your personal clothing and only your personal clothing and the stolen property, which you will return to Mr. Leo now." The theft. Alara was found in criminal contempt. She was fined $10,000. The divorce. The judge was so incensed by Alara's bad faith actions that it poisoned the entire case. Alara's claim for spousal support? Denied. Completely. The judge ruled that her attempt to financially sabotage her husband proved she was not arguing in good faith. The equity. This is the best part. Her $120,000 in the kitchen was still her equity. That's law. But The judge ordered that her $10,000 contempt fine and 100% of my legal fees from the date of the theft onward were to be paid directly from her share of the equity. The final tally. The divorce was finalized last week. Alistair and Rowena heard the grapevine. Their divorce is final. Rowena, who sits on the board, tore his reputation to shreds. He's unemployable in this city. He lost his houses, his cars, everything. Alara, she got her check. The $120,000 equity, minus the $10,000 fine, minus $35,000 for my legal fees. Mr. Graves is not cheap. She walked away with $75,000, no job, no house, no spousal support, and a contempt of court on her record. She's living with her mother, Fiona? I'm told it's tense. I'm out $75,000, which stings. But it's just money. I have my house, it's quiet, I have my portfolios back. I have my grandfather's drawings, which I just hung back on my office wall. I didn't have to ruin her career. Rowena did that. I didn't have to destroy her finances. The judge did that. I didn't have to prove she was a liar. She did that on camera. She thought she was a shark, but she was just a parasite. She tried to hold my life hostage for leverage. All I did was send one email, and then I let the system she disdained so much just work. It was, as I told my lawyer, a logical consequence. My girlfriend texted, "I'm flying to meet my online boyfriend for Valentine's." I replied, "What?" Then I canceled the credit cards and left her stranded at the airport. When she called from a payphone crying. Original post I, 31 male, got the text at 11 a.m. on February 12th while I was at work. My girlfriend Madison, 29, and I had been together for 4 years, living together for the last 2. The text read, "Hey babe, just so you know, I'm flying out to meet Derek this afternoon. He's my online boyfriend. We've been talking for 6 months. Need to spend Valentine's with someone who actually gets me. Back Sunday night. Don't wait up." I literally stared at my phone for a solid minute, read it 3 times, then typed back, "What?" She responded immediately, "You heard me. This relationship isn't working. Derek understands me emotionally in ways you never could. I deserve to explore this connection. You're too controlling anyway." Controlling? Because I asked her to contribute to rent last month? Because I suggested she get a job after being unemployed for 8 months? Here's the kicker. She was using my credit card to book this flight. The supplementary card I'd given her for emergencies that she'd been using for DoorDash and online shopping. I could see the pending charge on my banking app, $487 to the airline. I didn't respond to her text. Instead, I called my credit card company, reported the card lost, canceled it immediately, removed her as an authorized user on all my accounts, changed my Amazon Prime password, she was always ordering stuff, called my phone carrier, removed her line from my family plan. The whole process took maybe 20 minutes. Then I went back to work. My coworker Jerome noticed I was off. "You good, man?" "Just found out my girlfriend has an online boyfriend she's flying to meet, on my dime." "Bro? What?" "Yeah, apparently I'm too controlling because I want her to pay half the rent." 2 hours later, my phone rang. Unknown number. "Hello? What did you do?" Madison's voice, near hysteric. "Madison, where are you calling from?" "A payphone at the airport. My card got declined. They wouldn't let me board. The Uber app says my payment method is invalid." "What did you do?" "I canceled the cards. You said you're going to meet your boyfriend. Why would I pay for that?" "Because I don't have any money. You know that." "Then maybe you shouldn't have planned a trip to meet another man." Derek isn't just another man. We have a deep emotional connection, something you'd never understand because you only care about money and bills and stupid adult stuff. I actually laughed. Stupid adult stuff? Like keeping a roof over your head? This is abusive. You're financially abusing me. I'm stuck here. Call Derek. I'm sure he'll help his girlfriend out. He can't. He's between jobs right now. Of course he was. Call your mom then, or your sister. Not my problem anymore. You can't just abandon me at the airport. You literally just texted me that you're flying to spend Valentine's with another man. You abandoned this relationship. I'm just making it official. She started crying. "Please, just let me come home and we can talk about this." "Home? You mean my apartment that you don't contribute to?" "Our apartment. Check the lease. It's just my name, has been since day one." "I can't believe you're doing this to me." After everything. After everything? You mean after I supported you for 8 months? After I paid for everything while you found yourself? After you secretly got an online boyfriend? It's not secret. I just told you. 6 months, Madison. You said you've been talking for 6 months. That's half a year of lying. It wasn't lying. It was exploring my options. I hung up. Update 1, later that night. She got home around 8 p.m. Her sister Brittany drove her, and boy was Brittany pissed. At me, somehow. I'd already changed the locks. My landlord's actually cool and did it as an emergency favor when I explained the situation. Watching them try the key through my Ring doorbell was something. Bang, bang, bang on the door. Open this door right now. That was Brittany. I opened it, but kept the chain on. Hey, Brittany. Don't you hate me? What kind of man leaves a woman stranded at the airport? The kind whose girlfriend was flying to meet another man, on his credit card. Madison pushed forward. Baby, please, let me explain. Derek means nothing. You literally said he's your boyfriend. Online boyfriend, it's different. It's like emotional support. That's called cheating, Madison. Brittany jumped in. She made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. You're seriously going to throw away 4 years over this? She threw it away when she started her online affair. I'm just taking out the trash. Madison gasped. I am not trash. No, but your behavior is. This is illegal. Brittany pulled out her phone. You can't just lock her out. She lives here. She's not on the lease. Never was. She's a guest who's no longer welcome. She's a tenant. She has rights. She doesn't pay rent. Never has. That makes her a guest in this state. Look it up. I'd actually researched this while waiting for them to show up. Knew my rights. Madison started ugly crying. Where am I supposed to go? Brittany's? Your mom's? Derek's? Derek lives with his mom in another state. Shocking. Can I at least get my things? I'd already packed her stuff. 5 boxes, 2 suitcases, all sitting in the hallway. Already handled. I pointed to the pile. You went through my things? I packed them, carefully. Everything's there. Brittany examined the boxes suspiciously. Where's her jewelry? The jewelry I bought her? That's mine. You gave it to her. As gifts when we were together. We're not together anymore. Madison wailed. You're keeping my grandmother's ring. You mean the ring your grandmother is still wearing? Because she's still alive? Nice try, though. Brittany hefted a box. This is emotional abuse. Financial abuse. You're a monster. I'm a monster who's no longer paying for your sister's lifestyle. Tragic. As they loaded the car, Madison turned back one more time. Derek would never treat me like this. Great. Go be with Derek then. Oh wait, you can't, because neither of you can afford a plane ticket. I hate you. Cool. Please hate me from somewhere else. Update 2. 3 days later. Valentine's Day. I'm at work when my phone starts blowing up. Madison's posted on social media. When you find out your ex is a narcissistic abuser who abandoned you at the airport and made you homeless on Valentine's Day. Some men can't handle strong, independent women who have emotional needs. Share if you've been financially abused. The comments were interesting. Half her friends were supportive. The other half were asking questions like, wait, why were you at the airport? And didn't you have an online boyfriend? Then Madison's mom, Darlene, called me. We'd always gotten along okay. Danny, what's this? I'm hearing about you making Madison homeless? Hi, Darlene. Did she tell you about Derek? Who's Derek? Her online boyfriend of 6 months, the one she was flying to spend Valentine's with on my credit card. Long pause. She said, what now? I forwarded her the original text. The line went quiet for so long I thought she'd hung up. That little, and she told me you were cheating. Nope, just paying all her bills while she sexted some unemployed dude online. He's unemployed too? Apparently. Jesus Christ, I raised an idiot. I mean, she's staying with Brittany. Brittany's already complaining. Madison won't get a job, won't help around the house, just sits on her phone talking to this Derek character. Sounds about right. Danny, I'm sorry. I really am. We liked you. Thanks, Darlene. She's trying to get her daddy to pay for a plane ticket. He said no. I said hell no. Small victories. That afternoon, got a text from an unknown number. Hi, this is Derek. Madison gave me your number. I think we should talk manned about this situation. I screenshot it and sent it to my group chat. The boys were dying. I responded, no thanks. You can have her. You don't understand our connection. I don't care about your connection. She says you're holding her stuff hostage. She has all her stuff. She says you kept valuable items that belonged to her. Everything I kept, I paid for. That's not very gentlemanly. Neither is sexting another man's girlfriend for 6 months, yet here we are. Madison says you're abusive. Madison says a lot of things. How's that working out for you? You gonna buy her that plane ticket? No response. Guess Derek's mom said no too. Update 3. 1 week later. The extinction burst, as they call it, came exactly 1 week after the airport incident. First, Madison tried to break into the apartment at 2 a.m. She still had her key fob for the building entrance, but not the apartment key. My Ring doorbell caught her trying to jimmy the lock with a credit card. Whose credit card, I wonder? She gave up after 10 minutes and left a note. We need to talk. You're being unreasonable. Derek and I are just friends now. Please give us another chance. I love you. Just friends already? That was fast. Next morning, I get a call from my HR department. Someone filed an anonymous complaint saying I was bragging about making a woman homeless and creating a hostile work environment. My manager Brad called me in. Danny, what's going on? I showed him everything. The texts, the doorbell footage, the whole mess. Jesus, your ex is psycho. Yeah. We'll note this as a personal matter. Try to keep it out of the office. Already am. Jerome's the only one who knows. Cool. Sorry you're dealing with this, man. Then came the desperate measures. Madison created a GoFundMe. Help me escape my abusive ex and start fresh. The description was a masterpiece of fiction. According to her, I'd been emotionally abusive for years, controlled all the money, isolated her from friends and family, and when she tried to leave, I sabotaged her escape and made her homeless. Goal: $5,000. She raised $73. All from Brittany. The comment section turned into a battlefield when one of my buddies posted, "Didn't you cheat on him with some online dude?" Madison deleted the whole thing within hours. But the best part? Derek reached out again. Hey man, I think there's been a misunderstanding about Madison and me. We're just friends. Always have been. She's like a sister to me. Brother, I saw the screenshots she sent you. Those aren't sibling appropriate. What screenshots? Oh boy. Madison had been sending him nudes and telling me they were having an emotional affair. But apparently Derek thought they were just friends. I forwarded him one of her texts to me about their deep romantic connection. His response: WTF? She said you were separated. She said she was single. I have a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend and you've been talking to Madison for 6 months? As friends, we play the same online game. My girlfriend knows about her. Does your girlfriend know Madison thinks you're together? Holy shit, no. BRB. An hour later, Madison called from Brittany's phone, screaming, "You ruined everything." Derek blocked me. His girlfriend messaged me, "You're evil." I just told him the truth. We were in love. He has a girlfriend, Madison. That's just someone he plays games with. No, that's his actual girlfriend of 2 years. You're the side chick who wasn't even a side chick. I am not a side chick. You're right, side chicks usually know they're side chicks. You're just delusional. She hung up. Brittany texted me an hour later. She won't stop crying. Please just talk to her. No, she's driving me insane. She's your sister. I'm kicking her out tomorrow if you don't take her back. Good luck with that. Update 4. 2 weeks later, the fallout was swift and brutal. Brittany did kick Madison out, but not before Madison borrowed Brittany's credit card for a shopping spree, told Brittany's boyfriend that Brittany was cheating. She wasn't. Broke Brittany's laptop accidentally. Madison moved back with her parents. That lasted exactly 3 days before her dad gave her an ultimatum. Get a job or get out. She chose option 3. Try to crawl back to me. The text started nice. Hey, can we talk? I miss you. I made a mistake. Then escalated. You owe me after everything I did for you. I decorated your apartment. I was there for you. Then turned nasty. You'll never find anyone like me. You're gonna die alone. I was the best thing in your pathetic life. I didn't respond to any of them. But I did screenshot everything for the restraining order I was considering. The Flying Monkey Brigade was in full effect. Her cousin reached out. Madison's really struggling. Can't you just help her out a little? She has nothing. She has what she's always had, nothing she's earned herself. That's cold. That's accurate. Her aunt tried. You lived together for 2 years. Doesn't that mean anything? It means I supported a leech for 2 years too long. She's not a leech. She's just finding herself. She found herself an online boyfriend. How'd that work out? Even Derek's girlfriend reached out. Hi, I'm Melissa. Thank you for exposing Madison. Derek showed me everything. He thought she was just a gaming buddy. She was sending him inappropriate photos he never asked for. We're working through it, but I wanted you to know you did us a favor. No problem. Sorry you're dealing with this too. She's now messaging all his friends trying to break us up. The girl is unhinged. Yeah, that tracks. Update 5. 1 month later. Madison got a job at a coffee shop. Lasted 4 days before she was fired for giving away free drinks to make friends and showing up 2 hours late because mornings are hard. Her mom called me. Danny, I'm at my wit's end. She won't work, won't help around the house, just stays on her phone trying to find a new online boyfriend. Can you please just talk to her? Maybe it'll motivate her? Darlene, no disrespect, but Madison is 29 years old. She needs to figure her own life out. She says you ruined her life. She ruined her own life when she decided to cheat. The Derek thing wasn't even real. The betrayal was real, the lying was real, the entitlement is definitely real. What am I supposed to do with her? What you should have done years ago, stop enabling her. Darlene sighed. Her father wants to kick her out. Good. Danny. Darlene, she's never had consequences for anything. That's why she's like this. 2 days later, Madison was given 30 days to find her own place. The meltdown was spectacular. Brittany posted about it. They weren't speaking, but Brittany loved drama. My sister really just told our parents that kicking her out is abuse and threatened to call elder services. They're 52 and 54. I cannot. Madison tried one more Hail Mary. She showed up at my work. Security called me. There's a woman here, says she's your girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend. Do not let her in. She says it's an emergency. Unless she's literally dying, it's not my emergency. I watched on the security monitor as they escorted her out. She was carrying a box of what looked like my stuff, probably things she'd hidden when she moved out, planning to use them as an excuse to see me. She texted from the parking lot. I have your college sweatshirt and your favorite mug. Let me up and we can talk. Keep them. Consider them a parting gift. You don't even want your stuff back? Not if it means seeing you. You're so cruel. I'm consistent. You should try it. Update 6. 6 weeks later. The universe has a sense of humor. I'm at the grocery store just buying normal stuff when I run into Derek. The actual Derek, in my city. He recognizes me from my social media. Madison had shown him pictures while trash-talking me. Danny? Derek? Most awkward handshake ever. What are you doing here? I asked. Moved here for work. My girlfriend got a job transfer. Madison doesn't know we're here. Congrats on escaping that. Man, I'm so sorry about everything. I genuinely thought she was just a gaming friend. She made our guild super weird. Had to kick her out. She got kicked out of an online guild? She started drama with literally everyone. Told all the women their boyfriends were hitting on her. Told all the men she was single and interested. It was chaos. Sounds about right. How are you doing? Better every day she's not in my life. I heard she's working at a restaurant now. Really? Good for her. Yeah, my girlfriend's friend saw her. She's a hostess at that place downtown. The one with the weird salads. Grove and Garden? That's it. We parted ways, but I was curious. Madison, working? For more than a week? I had to see this. I went by Grove and Garden that weekend with my buddy Tyler, needed a witness. Madison was indeed working. She looked miserable, forcing smiles at customers. She saw me, froze, then tried to act professional. Table for two? Yes, please. She seated us without another word, but her hands were shaking. Tyler was trying not to laugh. Our waiter came by. Can I start you with drinks? Actually, I said, loud enough for Madison to hear, I'm taking my girlfriend here next week. Is the service usually good? Madison dropped a stack of menus. The waiter, oblivious, said, oh yeah, we're great. Special occasion? 6-month anniversary. She's amazing. Actually appreciates everything I do for her. Tyler kicked me under the table, grinning. Madison stormed off to the bathroom. She didn't come back out while we were there. Tyler was dying. Bro, you're evil. She wanted to hurt me. I'm just living my life. You don't have a girlfriend. She doesn't know that. We left a massive tip for the waiter and left. Madison texted that night. I see you've moved on. I didn't respond. She's probably using you for money too. Still didn't respond. I hope you're happy. I was, actually. Final update. It's been 3 months since the airport incident. Life's good. Madison is still working at Grove and Garden Miracle. Still living with her parents. Still single, according to Brittany. They made up, then fell out again, then made up again. Toxic sister's gonna toxic. She tried to start another online relationship with some guy from Australia. He blocked her after she asked him to pay for her plane ticket on their second video call. Her parents finally put their foot down. She pays rent now or she's out. She's paying, barely, and complaining about it on social media daily. Living with toxic parents who charge their own daughter rent. This is what late-stage capitalism looks like. Her mom commented, "Late-stage capitalism is your father and I working full-time in our 50s while you complain about working 30 hours a week." Darlene's done playing. As for me, I'm good. Got a promotion at work. Turns out not having someone draining your emotional and financial resources does wonders for your career. Apartment's cleaner. Bank account's healthier. Mental health's definitely better. Started casually dating someone from my gym. Her name's Nicole. She has a job, her own place, and hasn't once mentioned having an online boyfriend. The bar's underground at this point, but she clears it easily. Madison found out, small city, people talk. She texted, "Already replacing me?" Classic. I actually responded to this one. "Madison, you replaced yourself 6 months ago with Derek. I'm just accepting your resignation." He never meant anything. Neither did I, apparently. Have a nice life. Blocked her for the final time. Brittany messaged me yesterday. "Just so you know, Madison tells everyone you're the worst ex ever." Good. She says you financially abused her. By not funding her affair? She says it wasn't an affair. What does she call it? Emotional exploration. Is that what we're calling it? She also says Derek was your fault. How? If you'd been more emotionally available, she wouldn't have needed to find someone else. If she'd been employed, she could have paid for her own plane ticket. LMAO fair. How's she doing really? Honestly, same as always. Nothing's ever her fault. Everyone's against her. Life's unfair. You know? Yeah, I know. For what it's worth, even my parents think you did the right thing. Thanks. She's already talking to some new guy online, from Canada this time. Good luck to him. He's 45 and married. Of course he is. Life's funny. Madison thought she was trading up with Derek. Thought she'd hurt me by flaunting her online boyfriend. Thought I'd come crawling back when she played the victim. Instead, she played herself. Lost her meal ticket, her housing, her dignity, and even her fake boyfriend. All because she couldn't appreciate what she had and thought she deserved better while contributing nothing. The best revenge? I didn't even have to plan it. Just stopped enabling her and let reality do its thing. Turns out, when you remove the safety net from someone who's never learned to walk on their own, gravity handles the rest. My credit cards are mine. My apartment is peaceful. My life is drama-free. And Madison, she's still at that hostess stand, forced to smile at customers, living with her parents, trying to find another man to fund her lifestyle. Oh, and Derek and Alyssa? They're getting married. Madison found out through the Gaming Guild Discord. Had another meltdown. Got banned from there too. I'm not saying karma's real, but sometimes the universe has perfect comedic timing. Thanks for reading, everyone. Remember, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And when they try to take advantage of you, show them who you are. Someone who won't stand for that BS. Peace out. My girlfriend posted, saying goodbye to this chapter, with a hospital photo implying I'd abandoned her during a medical emergency. I didn't defend myself. I just posted the security footage of her faking the whole thing. She was perfectly fine and laughing with nurses 10 minutes later. When her employer's HR department saw she'd used fake medical leave. Original post, I, 31 male, am sitting here with a beer, still processing the absolute dumpster fire my ex-girlfriend Jessica, 29, created for herself. 2.5 years together, lived in my condo for the last 8 months. Thought we were solid until last week when everything imploded in the most ridiculous way possible. It started with a fight about her friend Melissa's wedding. Jessica wanted us to fly out for the destination wedding, spend 4 days there. Problem was, I'd already committed to helping my brother Derek move that weekend. He's getting divorced, needs support, and I'd promised months ago. Jessica knew this. Just tell him you can't make it, she said, like it was nothing. Jess, he's my brother. He's going through hell right now. And Melissa is my best friend. This is her wedding, which you RSVP'd to without checking with me first. She stormed off, slammed the bedroom door. Classic Jessica move. When she doesn't get her way, it's theatrics time. Next morning, she's gone before I wake up. Whatever, figured she needed to cool off. Then around 2 p.m. my phone starts blowing up. Messages, calls, notifications going crazy. My coworker Trevor sends me a screenshot from Jessica's Instagram. There she is in a hospital bed, IV in her arm, looking pale and dramatic. The caption, saying goodbye to this chapter. When you need them most, their true colors show. Guess I'm doing this alone. Stronger without you, health scares, new beginnings. My stomach dropped. Was she actually sick? I immediately called her, straight to voicemail, texted asking if she was okay. What hospital? Nothing. But here's the thing, Jessica has a history of embellishing. Like when she called in sick to work for a family emergency that turned out to be a sample sale. Or when she told her parents I forgot her birthday, when really she was mad I didn't get her the exact purse she wanted. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I called the local hospitals. None had her admitted. Interesting. Then I remembered something. The hospital in the photo looked familiar. Really familiar. Because Jessica's roommate from college, Ashley, is a nurse at Riverside General. The same Ashley who thinks rules don't apply to her and would absolutely help Jessica stage something like this. I didn't respond to any of the messages asking why I abandoned her. Didn't defend myself on social media. Instead, I drove to Riverside General and had a very interesting conversation with security. Update 1. The security office at Riverside was more helpful than I expected. Maybe because I wasn't screaming or making demands, just calmly explaining that my girlfriend had posted she was admitted but wasn't answering calls and I was concerned. The security supervisor, an older guy named Bill, pulled up their system. No Jessica admitted. But when I showed him the Instagram post, he recognized the room number visible in the corner of her photo. 314. That room's been empty since yesterday, Bill said, frowning. Let me check our cameras. 20 minutes later, I'm watching security footage with Bill and his colleague. There's Jessica and Ashley walking into the hospital at 1:07 p.m., laughing and carrying Starbucks. Ashley swipes them through to the nursing station. They disappear down the hall toward room 314. At 1:23 p.m., Jessica posts her dramatic photo. At 1:34 p.m., they're both on camera again at the nursing station, Jessica doing some kind of mock fashion show walk, while Ashley and 2 other nurses crack up laughing. Jessica's perfectly fine, bouncing around, no trace of whatever medical emergency she was implying. At 1:41 p.m., they leave together, Jessica practically skipping to the elevator. Bill burned me a copy of the footage onto a USB drive. This is something else, he muttered. Yeah, I agreed. It really is. Drove home thinking about what to do. Jessica's post had over 200 comments by then. Her mom had commented asking what was wrong, offering to fly in. Her coworkers were sending prayers. My friends were calling me trash. My own mother had left me a voicemail asking how I could leave Jessica alone in the hospital. Jessica finally came home around 8 p.m., key in the door like nothing happened. Walked in looking completely healthy. Stopped dead when she saw me on the couch. Oh, you're home, she said, avoiding eye contact. Feeling better? I asked, keeping my voice neutral. Yeah, much better. That's good. Modern medicine is amazing. What was wrong? She shifted uncomfortably. Just, stress-related stuff. Anxiety attack. Ah, and they admitted you for that? Well, they wanted to run tests. Which unit? I called looking for you, but they said you weren't admitted. Her face went pale. They must have made a mistake. I was in the ER mostly. Room 3114 is in the ER? The silence was deafening. She knew I knew. Look, I was upset, okay? She finally exploded. You chose your stupid brother over Melissa's wedding, and I wanted you to see how it feels to be abandoned. So you faked a medical emergency, posted it publicly, let everyone think I'm some monster who left you in the hospital. I didn't think it would blow up like that. You have 237 comments, Jess. Your mom is trying to book a flight. I'll fix it. How? By admitting you lied? She glared at me. I wasn't lying. I was there. I was upset. That's a medical issue. The entitlement. The mental gymnastics. I just shook my head. You need to find somewhere else to stay, I said quietly. What? You're kicking me out over this? You publicly humiliated me with a lie. You used your friend's position to access hospital facilities for a fake photo op. Yeah, I'm done. She started crying then. Big, dramatic tears. Where am I supposed to go? That's not my problem anymore. She grabbed some things and left, probably to Ashley's. Good riddance, I thought. But I wasn't done. Not even close. Update 2. That night I couldn't sleep. Keep thinking about all the people who'd seen that post, who now thought I was garbage. My reputation tarnished because Jessica wanted to win an argument. Around 2 a.m., I made a decision. If she wanted to play the social media game, fine. Let's play. I posted the security footage. Not the whole thing, just the relevant parts. Jessica walking in healthy with Starbucks, her doing the fashion walk while nurses laughed, her leaving. Clearly fine. I captioned it. Since people are concerned, here's the security footage from yesterday. As you can see, there was no medical emergency. No abandonment, just someone who thought faking illness for sympathy was appropriate. I don't usually air private matters publicly, but when lies affect my reputation, the truth matters. Then I tagged everyone who'd commented on her original post. Went to bed. Woke up to chaos. My phone had so many notifications it was glitching. Jessica had called 23 times. Her mom had called 8 times. Ashley had sent a novel-length text calling me pathetic and addictive. But the best part? The comments on my post. Holy shit, she really faked being in the hospital? This is insane. Who does this? Bro, you dodged a bullet. Wait, isn't that Ashley Thompson? Doesn't she work there? This could be serious. That last comment gave me pause. I hadn't even thought about the professional implications for Ashley. But that was on her, not me. Jessica's mom, Diane, called again. I answered this time. How dare you embarrass her like this? Diane screeched. She embarrassed herself, Diane. I just provided facts. She was stressed. You drove her to this. I refused to bail on my brother's move that I'd committed to months ago. If that drives someone to fake a medical emergency, that's on them. You're ruining her life over a small mistake. She tried to ruin my reputation over not getting her way. Actions have consequences. Take it down right now. No, she hung up on me. Jessica showed up at my door an hour later, mascara running, looking genuinely distressed for the first time. Take it down, she demanded. Please. Everyone's seen it. My boss saw it. This is getting out of hand. Should have thought about that before you posted lies about me. I took mine down. After the damage was done. After everyone already saw it and formed opinions. This is different. You're showing video that proves I lied. My work thinks I faked being sick last month now. HR wants to meet with me. Oh, that was interesting. She'd used sick days for that Vegas trip with the girls last month, claimed she had food poisoning. Not my problem, I said, starting to close the door. She blocked it with her foot. I'll sue you for posting video of me without consent. I actually laughed. It's security footage from a public area of a hospital. No expectation of privacy. Plus, you posted the original lie. This is just defending myself with facts. You're such a... She started, then stopped. Fine, but I need my stuff. I'll box it up. You can pick it up this weekend. I live here. Not anymore. You're not on the lease. You have no legal right to be here. She tried to push past me. I blocked her. Move, she demanded. No. Leave, or I call the cops. For trying to enter my own home. For trying to enter my home that you have no legal claim to. After you've been told to leave. That's trespassing, Jess. The look on her face like she'd never been told no in her life, which thinking about it was probably accurate. Diane had always babied her, cleaned up her messes, made excuses. Not anymore. At least not with me. Update 3. The fallout was swift and brutal. First, Ashley got suspended pending investigation. Turns out hospitals take HIPAA very seriously. And even though Jessica wasn't a real patient, Ashley had used her badge to access restricted areas for personal use, allowed a non-employee into patient care areas, and participated in what they called misuse of medical facilities. Jessica absolutely lost it when she found out. Sent me a voice message screaming that I'd ruined Ashley's career and that I was evil. I didn't respond. Ashley made her choices. Then came the work situation. Jessica's HR department had connected some dots. She'd called in sick 5 times in the past 3 months. They cross-referenced her social media. Why do people not make their profiles private? And found photos of her at a music festival during one sick day, in Vegas during her food poisoning, and now this fake hospital stay. She got fired, not suspended. Fired. Her mom called me again, this time crying. She lost her job because of you. She lost her job because she committed fraud, Diane. Multiple times, apparently. She's going to lose her apartment. She can't afford it without work. Then maybe she shouldn't have been skipping work to party. You're heartless. You loved her. I loved who I thought she was. Turns out that person didn't exist. Let her come back just until she finds a new job. Please. Absolutely not. Then you're paying for this. Emotional distress, defamation. My husband's a lawyer. Your husband is a real estate lawyer, Diane, and posting factual security footage isn't defamation. It's literally the truth. She hung up again. But the entitlement wasn't done. Not even close. Jessica created a new Instagram account since she deleted her old one after my post went viral in our social circle. This new one was called Surviving Narcos, Narcissistic Abuse. Apparently I'm a narcissist now. She posted a long story about how she'd been psychologically manipulated and gaslit into feeling like she had to create dramatic scenarios to get my attention. How I was emotionally absent and controlling. How posting the security footage was revenge porn. It absolutely wasn't, but okay. Some people bought it. She started getting followers, sympathy, even a few people sharing their own narcissistic ex stories. Then she made her mistake. She posted, "He even controls the finances. Wouldn't let me save my own money. Economic abuse is real." That was provably false. I had screenshots of every Venmo request she'd sent me for her half of rent that she paid maybe 60% of the time. Bank records showing she had full access to her own accounts. Hell, I had texts of her bragging to friends about how she was saving money by living with me because I covered most expenses. I didn't post these immediately. Instead, I sent them to my lawyer friend, Roberto. "Can I post these to refute her claims?" I asked. "You can," he said, looking them over. "But better idea, send me everything. All the screenshots, the security footage, her posts about you. Let's document everything in case she escalates." Smart move because she did escalate. Update 4. A week after getting fired, Jessica went nuclear. Started with her showing up at my work. Security called me down to the lobby where she was making a scene, crying, telling anyone who'd listen that I'd destroyed her life and she just needed closure. My boss, thankfully, was incredibly understanding when I explained the situation. Security escorted her out with a warning not to return. Then she tried a new angle. She started contacting my friends and family directly. Not through social media, but personal messages, emails, even showed up at my buddy Keith's apartment. Keith called me, bewildered. "Dude, Jessica's at my door crying saying you're holding her grandmother's ring hostage?" "Her grandmother's ring? What ring?" "She says her grandma's engagement ring is in your apartment and you won't let her get it." "Keith, her grandmother is alive and lives in Florida, and she definitely never gave Jessica any ring." "Oh, wow, she's really going for it, huh?" "Yeah, don't let her in." But Jessica had already moved on to her next target, my mom. Mom called me that evening. "Honey, Jessica's here." "What?" She showed up crying, saying she needed to talk to someone who knows you. I let her in for tea. "Mom, no. She's lying about everything." "Oh, I know, dear. I saw your post with the security footage. I'm not stupid." "Then why did you let her in?" "To see what she'd say. It's been illuminating." Turns out Mom had been recording the whole conversation. Mom's sneaky like that. Jessica had spun an elaborate tale about my anger issues. I don't have any. My drinking problem. I have maybe 2 beers a week. And how I'd isolated her from her support system. Her friends hung out at our place constantly. When Mom calmly presented facts that contradicted each claim, Jessica got increasingly agitated, eventually screaming that my whole family was toxic enablers. Mom calmly asked her to leave. Jessica refused. Mom had to call the police, 2 cops showing up at my mother's house because of my ex-girlfriend. I was mortified. Mom, however, was weirdly proud of how she handled it. "I got it all on video," she said cheerfully. Very clear evidence of harassment. Between the work incident and the situation at Mom's house, Roberto said we had enough for a restraining order. We filed the next day. Jessica was served at Ashley's apartment, where she'd been staying. According to Ashley's roommate, who reached out to me later, Jessica had a complete meltdown, screaming about injustice and how I was trying to silence her truth. But here's where it gets really incredible. Jessica decided the restraining order was just paper. She created fake social media accounts to keep tabs on me. She had Diane call me from different numbers. She even had some guy I'd never met message me on LinkedIn saying he was a mediator who wanted to help us resolve our conflict. Each violation was documented. Roberto was building quite the file. Then came the coup de grace. Final update. 3 weeks after the hospital incident, I get a call from an unknown number. Usually wouldn't answer, but something told me to pick up. Is this Daniel? A woman's voice, professional sounding. Yes, who's this? This is Margaret from Riverside General's Administration. We're investigating an incident involving unauthorized access to our facilities. We understand you have security footage? Interesting. I do. We'd like to review it as part of our investigation. Would you be willing to share it? Absolutely. Sent them the footage. 2 days later, they called back. Turns out this wasn't Ashley's first violation. She'd been written up twice before for bringing friends into restricted areas. This was the final straw. Ashley was terminated, and because she'd used her access for fraudulent purposes, she was reported to the state nursing board. Jessica, apparently, didn't take this well. She showed up at my condo building at 3 a.m., drunk, screaming up at my window from the parking lot. You ruined everything. Ashley's life is destroyed. Are you happy now? Multiple neighbors called the cops. I just recorded from my window. The cops arrested her for violating the restraining order and public intoxication. At her hearing, the judge was not sympathetic, especially when presented with all the evidence of continued harassment despite the order. 30 days in jail. Diane actually had to pay her bail, and then Jessica had to serve the time anyway because bail was just for pretrial release. While she was in jail, the real consequences hit. Her lease required employment verification every year. Without a job and with an eviction from Ashley's place, she'd been staying there but not paying, and Ashley's roommates were done. She couldn't renew. Her credit was already shot from the legal fees and fines. The nursing board investigation of Ashley became a public record. Suddenly, everyone in their social circle knew exactly what had happened. The fake hospital visit, the abusive position, all of it. When Jessica got out, she had nothing. No job. Who's hiring someone with a fraud termination? No apartment, a criminal record, and a restraining order that meant she couldn't come within 500 feet of me, my home, or my workplace. Diane finally stopped calling after Roberto sent her a cease and desist letter. Last I heard from mutual friends, Jessica had to move back to her parents' house in their retirement community 3 hours away. At 29, she's living in her childhood bedroom, working part-time at a craft store, and blocked from most social media platforms for ban evasion. Ashley lost her nursing license. She's apparently working at a call center now, telling anyone who'll listen that I ruined her life for helping a friend in need. Me? I'm doing okay. Therapy helped process the whole mess. Amazing how much manipulation you don't see when you're in it. The gaslighting, the constant drama, the way she'd twist reality to make herself the victim. My brother Derek, the one whose move started this whole thing, he's doing better too. We actually laugh about it now, how Jessica's tantrum over missing a wedding ended up showing me exactly who she really was. I still have the security footage saved. Roberto says keep it forever, just in case. Sometimes I watch it when I doubt myself, when I wonder if I overreacted. Then I see her laughing, dancing, perfectly healthy while the internet attacked me for abandoning her. Nah, I didn't overreact. I just finally stood up for myself. The entitlement, though? That still amazes me. The fact that she thought she could publicly destroy my reputation with lies and face no consequences. That she could violate a restraining order because she was upset. That even now, according to the grapevine, she tells people she's the victim of a narcissistic smear campaign. Some people never learn. They just find new people to blame. But that's not my problem anymore. My only problem now is deciding whether to renew my lease or buy a house. Leaning toward the house, fresh start and all that. Funny how removing toxic people from your life suddenly makes everything clearer. Even furniture shopping is easier when you don't have someone demanding everything be Instagram-worthy or throwing fits when you won't buy a $3,000 couch you can't afford. Life's good. Drama-free. Exactly how it should be. Oh, and Melissa's wedding? The one that started all this? Got canceled. Apparently, the groom had been cheating. Jessica missed that whole mess because she was in jail. Karma's real, folks. Sometimes it just takes its sweet time. My fiancé declared, "Your career is going nowhere. I can't marry a loser." I nodded. Fair assessment. Then I let her discover the startup equity I'd been sitting on was worth $8 million after the IPO. Her engagement ring looked cheap in the photos with my new girlfriend. Original post I-31 mail was sitting at our kitchen table 3 months ago when Melissa, 29, dropped the bomb. We'd been engaged for 8 months, together for 3 years. She walked in from her girls' brunch, designer bag on her shoulder, fresh manicure gleaming, and just stood there looking at me with this expression of disgust. "We need to talk," she said, pulling out the chair across from me like she was about to conduct a performance review. I closed my laptop. "Okay. Thomas, I've been thinking about us, about our future." She examined her nails. "Your career is going nowhere. You've been at that startup for 4 years making pennies. Meanwhile, Brandon, you remember Jessica's fiancé? Just made partner at his firm. 6 figures, Thomas. That's what successful men our age make." I stayed quiet. Let her continue. "I can't marry a loser. I won't be that woman at country club events whose husband works at some no-name tech company nobody's heard of. It's embarrassing." The thing is, she wasn't entirely wrong about the salary. I was making $65,000 as a senior developer at a fintech startup. Not poverty wages, but not impressive by her standards either. What Melissa didn't know, what I'd never explicitly told her because she never asked about anything beyond my monthly contribution to our bills, was that I was employee number 12. With equity. "Fair assessment," I said. She blinked. "That's it? Fair assessment? You've made your position clear. What do you want me to say?" "I want you to fight for us. Promise you'll get a real job. Show some ambition." "My ambition is fine, Melissa. It's just not aligned with your vision anymore, apparently." She slid the engagement ring across the table. "Then we're done. I'll be staying with Jessica until you move out." "The apartment's in my name," I reminded her. "Then I'll get my things tomorrow." She stood up, grabbed her bag. "You know what? I'm doing you a favor. Maybe this will motivate you to actually make something of yourself." After she left, I opened my laptop back up and refreshed my email. The subject line I'd been waiting for: confidential, IPO timeline and blackout period information. We were going public in 6 weeks. Update 1. The IPO happened 2 weeks ago. The lockup period for employees doesn't end for another 4 months, but the numbers are public now. My 0.8% stake? Worth about $8.2 million at current trading price. Obviously can't sell yet, but the writing's on the wall. Melissa found out through the worst possible channel. Her cousin Derek works in investment banking, and his firm was one of the underwriters. He texted her a screenshot of some internal analysis with a note: "Didn't your ex work there? Dude must be loaded now, lol." The text started immediately. "Melissa, we need to talk. Thomas, please respond. I know about the IPO. This is really immature, ignoring me. I'm coming over." She showed up at my apartment on a Thursday evening. I was cooking dinner for myself when the doorbell rang, answered it to find her standing there in the same outfit she wore to our second date. Subtle. "Thomas?" She tried for a smile. "You look good." "Thanks. What do you want, Melissa?" "Can I come in? Just to talk?" "We can talk here." Her face twitched. "Don't be like that. We have history." "We do. You ended it. Called me a loser, if I recall correctly." I was stressed. You know how Jessica gets in my head. She's always comparing Brandon to everyone and... "Melissa." I cut her off. "What do you want?" The mask slipped for a second. Pure calculation in her eyes. Then back to sweet mode. "I made a mistake. I love you. I never should have. You found out about the IPO. That's not... Okay. Yes, Derek told me. But it made me realize I threw away something special because of stupid social pressure. You threw away something because you thought I was poor. That's not fair. Your exact words were, 'I can't marry a loser.' People say things when they're emotional. You can't hold that against me forever. We were together 3 years, Thomas. Doesn't that count for something? I thought about it. It counts for exactly what it was. A relationship where you cared more about status than partnership. I'm seeing someone now, by the way. That hit. Her face went pale, then red. It's been 2 months. 3 months, and yes, I met someone. Her name's Amy. She's a teacher. A teacher? The sneer was automatic. How much does she make? 40 grand? See that right there? That's why we're not together. Goodbye, Melissa. Started to close the door. She put her hand on it. Wait, I still have some things here. You cleaned out your stuff 3 months ago. My grandmother's earrings, the pearl ones, they're in the bathroom cabinet. I knew this game. There were no earrings, but I was curious how far she'd take it. Fine. Wait here. Went to the bathroom, came back. Nothing there. Can I just look, please? They mean everything to me. Against my better judgment, I let her in. She made a beeline for the bathroom, then emerged looking defeated. I'm sorry. I thought they were here. She glanced around the apartment, taking in the new furniture, the upgraded TV. Her eyes landed on a photo on the side table, me and Amy at a brewery last weekend. She's cute, she said flatly. She is. Does she know? About the money? She knows I have equity. She doesn't know the amount, doesn't care either. Right, sure she doesn't. Projection doesn't look good on you, Melissa. Update 2. The escalation was swift and predictable. After Melissa left that night, she went into full damage control mode. First came the social media campaign. She started posting these cryptic quotes about forgiveness and true love conquering all. Tagged me in old photos with captions like, "Sometimes you don't know what you have until it's gone. TBT meant to be." Amy saw them. We were having coffee when she pulled out her phone, laughing. "Your ex is having a moment," she said, showing me the latest post. A photo from Melissa's birthday dinner last year with a wall of text about growing from mistakes. Yeah, she found out about my company going public. Amy stirred her latte. "The timing is suspicious. You think?" We both laughed. Then Melissa escalated to targeted strikes. She reached out to my sister Emma, who she'd always claimed to dislike. Emma called me later that week. "Why is Melissa texting me about your mental health crisis and how she's worried about you?" "Because she found out I'm about to have money." "Ah, should I block her?" "Your call." "Already did. Just wanted to confirm she was being crazy." The real comedy started when Melissa enlisted her mother, Patricia. This woman had barely acknowledged my existence for 3 years. I wasn't country club material after all. Suddenly she was calling me. "Thomas, dear." Patricia's voice was sugar sweet. "I heard about your success. Congratulations." "Thanks, Patricia." Melissa is just devastated about how things ended. She realizes she made a terrible mistake. "That's unfortunate. You young people and your pride. She loves you. Surely that means something?" It might have before she called me a loser and dumped me for not making enough money. She was confused. You know how pressure affects young women, the wedding industry, society's expectations. Patricia, she's a 29-year-old adult who made a choice. I've moved on. With some teacher, I heard. The disdain dripped through the phone. "Thomas, be realistic. Melissa is a catch. She comes from good family. She has an MBA. She revealed her true character. Thanks for calling. Have a nice day." Hung up on my almost mother-in-law. That felt pretty good, not gonna lie. Update 3. Last week was when things went completely off the rails. Melissa apparently decided that if she couldn't win me back with manipulation, she'd try to nuke my new relationship. Amy called me on a Tuesday afternoon. She teaches 5th grade and never calls during school hours, so I knew something was up. "Hey, did you give my school email to anyone?" "No, why?" "I got an interesting message from someone named Jessica claiming to be a concerned friend, warning me about your history of emotional manipulation and financial abuse." My stomach dropped. "Are you serious?" "Dead serious. Want me to forward it?" The email was a masterpiece of lies. According to Jessica, clearly ghostwritten by Melissa, I had hidden assets during our relationship, been emotionally abusive and controlling, cheated multiple times, used my new money to buy affection. Amy was laughing by the time I finished reading it out loud. "The best part," she said, "is they sent this to my professional email, which means IT flagged it and my principal had to review it. She called me in thinking I was in danger." "Oh God, Amy, I'm so sorry." "Don't be. I printed it out and explained the situation. My principal, she's like 65, been through 3 divorces, just goes, honey, any man who's got an ex that crazy must be worth keeping. We were both laughing, but I was furious. They'd crossed a line trying to mess with Amy's job. That evening, I did something I probably shouldn't have. Posted a single photo on Instagram, me and Amy at this nice steakhouse, her hand visible with a simple silver bracelet I'd bought her. Caption, happiness is finding someone who valued you at your $65,000 salary. The rest is just noise. My phone exploded within minutes. Melissa, that was cruel and unnecessary. Wow, showing off your new money already? Classy. Brandon, dude, can you tell your ex to stop crying at our apartment? It's been 3 hours. Patricia, you'll regret this disrespect, Thomas. The next morning, something even wilder, I got a LinkedIn notification that Melissa had endorsed me for financial planning, wealth management, and high net worth relations. Then she messaged me on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, Thomas, I hope you're well. I wanted to reach out professionally to apologize for any misunderstandings in our personal relationship. I've been doing a lot of growing and would value the opportunity to have a closure conversation. I'm also available if you need any assistance with financial planning given your recent liquidity event. As you know, my MBA concentrated in wealth management. Best, Melissa. I screenshot it and sent it to my group chat. My buddy Kevin responded, bro, she's trying to get hired as your gold digger. Update 4. The extinction burst came 2 days ago. Though I guess every story has one of those. But this was special because Melissa managed to recruit the most unlikely ally, my ex-roommate Garrett, who I hadn't talked to in 2 years. Garrett texted me out of the blue. Hey man, heard about your windfall, congrats. Also, Melissa reached out, she's willing to pay me $500 to accidentally run into you and talk her up. Wanna mess with her? Garrett and I had lived together for a year before I met Melissa. He knew exactly what kind of person she was. She'd once tried to get me to kick him out, so her friend could move in and pay higher rent. I'm in, I replied. What's the plan? Garrett met with Melissa at a coffee shop while secretly recording, legal in our state. She laid out this whole strategy. He was supposed to randomly run into me at my gym, mention how broken up she was, how she'd been going to therapy, how she'd turned down other guys because she couldn't stop thinking about me. I'll pay you another $500 if you can get him to meet me for coffee, she told Garrett. What if he's happy with the new girl? He's not. He's just rebounding. Thomas doesn't move on that fast. I know him. The delusion was real. Garrett played along, took the $500, then sent me everything. We decided to have some fun with it. I had Garrett text her, ran into him, he seemed receptive, mentioned he still has that watch you gave him. She'd never given me a watch. But suddenly, Melissa, he still wears it. That means something. What else did he say? He asked about you, said you looked good in your recent photos. Which photos? The one from yoga or the beach? The beach one. There was no beach photo. She'd posted nothing but inspirational quotes for weeks. But she replied, I knew that bikini would get his attention. Garrett kept her going for 3 days, getting increasingly ridiculous. Told her I'd mentioned missing her lasagna, she never cooked, that I'd kept our song as my alarm, we didn't have a song, that I'd been asking about her to mutual friends. I hadn't. She was eating it up, sending Garrett detailed instructions on what to say, how to arrange an accidental meeting. She even Venmo'd him the additional $500 in advance. Then Garrett sent her one final text. Just so you know, I've been screenshotting everything and sending it to Thomas. He says thanks for the $1,000, we're using it for his date night fund with Amy. Radio silence for about 30 seconds, then the nuclear meltdown. She called Garrett 17 times in a row, left voicemails threatening legal action for fraud and emotional distress. She texted me directly, that was theft, I'll sue both of you. For what? Garrett provided exactly the service you paid for, talking to me about you. Not his fault you didn't specify the nature of the conversation. You're a monster. I loved you. You loved my perceived net worth. There's a difference. Final update. It's been a week since the Garrett situation, and I think we've finally reached the conclusion of this ridiculous saga. Melissa made one last desperate play. She showed up at my office building during lunch yesterday. Full hair and makeup, wearing the dress from our first date. Yeah, she remembered, holding a box. Security called up to warn me. I came down with 2 colleagues who were heading to lunch anyway. Witnesses are always good. Thomas, she rushed over, trying to hug me. I stepped back. What are you doing here, Melissa? She held out the box. I wanted to return these, things of yours I found while packing. I looked in the box, some old t-shirts I didn't care about, a coffee mug, and my college textbooks I'd thrown away years ago. She must have dug them out of the dumpster or something. These were in the trash. I saved them. I knew they meant something to you, just like we meant something. My colleague Derek coughed to hide a laugh. Melissa, we're done. This needs to stop. Her face crumpled, then hardened. You know what? You're right. We are done, because I realize now what kind of person you really are. You hid your equity from me. You never asked about my work. You let me think you were poor. I made $65. That's not poor. That's just not enough for your standards. You planned this. You wanted to humiliate me. I wanted to work at a company I believed in. The money was a possibility, not a guarantee. You left because you couldn't brag about me at brunch. That's on you. She turned to my colleagues. He's not who you think he is. He's manipulative and cruel and... Ma'am, Derek interrupted. I've worked with Tom for 3 years. You're the one who dumped him for being too poor, and now you're here because he's not. We all know what this is. The security guard had been watching and finally stepped over. Miss, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. She grabbed my arm. I'm pregnant. Everything stopped. Then I laughed. Couldn't help it. Melissa, we haven't had sex in 4 months. Try again. Her face went red. I meant, I might be, from before. 4 months. Also, you posted Instagram stories drinking wine, literally yesterday. The security guard gently but firmly moved her toward the exit. As she was leaving, she turned back. You'll regret this. When your little teacher gets tired of your boring ass and leaves you for someone who doesn't have to hide behind money, you'll come crawling back. Good luck with everything, Melissa. That evening, Amy came over with takeout. I told her about the lunch drama. She said she was pregnant. Amy was crying from laughing so hard. That's like sitcom-level desperate. The wine story from yesterday was the cherry on top. You know she'll probably try again when you can actually sell your shares. Probably. But by then, I'll have a restraining order if needed. Amy curled up against me on the couch. For what it's worth, I'm glad she dumped you. Otherwise, I'd never have met you at that terrible trivia night. We came in last place. Because you thought the capital of Australia was Sydney. It should be Sydney. We argued about Australian geography, ate Chinese food, and watched terrible reality TV. No designer bags, no country club conversations, no judgment about salary disparities. Just normal. Melissa texted one more time around midnight. I hope she's worth losing your soulmate over. I deleted it without responding and turned off my phone. Amy was already asleep, wearing my old startup t-shirt that Melissa had always said was embarrassing. Yeah, she's worth it. As for Melissa, last I heard from mutual acquaintances, she's dating some cryptocurrency guy who claims he's about to make it big. Jessica's boyfriend Brandon apparently asked her to stop bringing Melissa around because she spent the entire dinner talking about missed opportunities and timing. The equity lockup ends in 3 months. I'll probably sell enough to buy a modest house, pay off my parents' mortgage, and keep the rest invested. Amy and I are planning a camping trip for that weekend. She doesn't know the exact date significance, and honestly, that's perfect. The revenge wasn't really about the money or showing off. It was about not giving in to someone who only saw my worth in dollar signs. Melissa wanted the successful boyfriend she could brag about. She got exactly that. Just not with me. The best part? She has to watch from the sidelines as the loser she dumped lives the life she thought she deserved, while she's still chasing the next meal ticket. That's better than any revenge I could have planned.
My daughter was getting married, and when I asked when the wedding would be, my son-in-law said it had already happened. They didn't tell me because it was only for important people, and I wasn't one of them. But when they asked me to pay the rent, I did the unexpected. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. I never thought I'd be the kind of mother who'd become invisible to her own child. But here I am, 60 years old, sitting in my small apartment with a cup of tea that's gone cold, wondering where everything went wrong. My name is Patricia, and I spent 35 years working as an accountant. Not the glamorous kind you see in movies, but the kind who sits in a cramped office double-checking numbers until your eyes blur. Every paycheck, I'd save a little more. Every bonus went straight into the account I'd opened the day my son was born. When my husband died 10 years ago, something broke inside me that never quite healed. Heart attack at 52. One day he was laughing at dinner, the next he was gone. My son was 20 then, still finding his way. We grieved together, but differently. He threw himself into work, any work he could find. I threw myself into making sure he'd never struggle the way we had. I had dreams once. A little house in the countryside with a garden where I could grow tomatoes. Weekend trips to places I'd only seen in magazines. But every time I looked at those travel brochures, I'd think about my son. What if he needed something? So the brochures went in the trash, and the money stayed in the bank. He met her 4 years ago at a coffee shop where he was working between jobs. She came in every morning, always ordered the same complicated drink with extra foam. He said she had this energy about her, like she was going places. I wanted to be happy for him. The first time he brought her to meet me, she smiled with all her teeth, but not with her eyes. She talked about her business plans. She was going to open a boutique, or maybe start a catering company. The details kept changing, but the enthusiasm stayed the same. My son looked at her like she'd hung the moon. "Mom, isn't she amazing?" he asked me later. "She seems very ambitious," I said carefully. I didn't say what I was thinking, that dreams without action are just fantasies. But I smiled and told him I was happy for him, because that's what mothers do. Within 6 months, they'd moved in together. He asked if I could help with the security deposit. Just this once, just to get them started. The apartment was nice, probably nicer than they needed. I wrote the check for $4,000 and told myself it was an investment in his happiness. She quit her job 3 months after they moved in. The boutique plan had fallen through. She needed time to regroup, to figure out her next move. My son's receptionist salary at the dental office barely covered his car payment and insurance. That's when the calls started coming more frequently. Could I help with the rent this month? The washing machine broke. Could I cover a new one? The TV was ancient, and they needed something better. Each time I said yes. Each time I transferred the money and told myself this would be the last time, but it never was. I kept a detailed ledger, not because I planned to ask for repayment, but because I'd been an accountant for too long not to track where money went. Rent, $3,000 a month. Appliances, $8,000 over 2 years. His emergency appendectomy when insurance didn't cover everything, $12,000. Furniture, groceries, car repairs, birthday gifts for her family members I'd never met. The numbers added up quietly, like snow accumulating on a roof you don't realize is about to collapse. My son would call every few weeks, always cheerful. "How are you, Mom? We're doing great." But the exciting projects never materialized. And I kept writing checks, kept transferring money, kept telling myself that this was what love looked like. Then, 6 months ago, he called with news that made him sound happier than I'd heard in years. "Mom, we're getting married! Can you believe it?" My heart should have soared. Instead, there was this small, cold weight in my chest. "That's wonderful, sweetheart. Have you set a date?" "Not yet, but soon. We're thinking something small and intimate. Her family's really excited." "I'm excited too," I said. "Listen, Mom, about the wedding. We're going to need some help with costs. Nothing crazy, but you know how these things add up. Maybe $20,000? That should cover everything. Venue, catering, her dress. We want it to be perfect. $20,000. My entire remaining savings from the sale of the house my husband and I had bought when we were newlyweds. The house I'd sold because the memories hurt too much and because I thought my son might need the money someday. "Let me think about it," I said. "Thanks, Mom. You're the best. I knew we could count on you." After we hung up, I sat in my chair and looked at the ledger. $252,300. That's what I'd given them over 4 years. That's what my 35 years of careful saving, of denied dreams and deferred happiness had amounted to. And I'd said yes to all of it because I loved my son, and because I thought that's what mothers were supposed to do. I had no idea that I was about to learn exactly what I was worth to the people I'd sacrificed everything for. I spent 3 days thinking about that $20,000. 3 days staring at my bank account, doing the math over and over. If I gave them the money, I'd have maybe $8,000 left. $8,000 between me and complete destitution after a lifetime of work. But he was my son, and it was his wedding. On the fourth day, I called him. My hand shook as I dialed, which was ridiculous. This was my child. But something felt different now. The phone rang 4 times before someone picked up. Hello? It was her voice, not my son's. Hi, it's Patricia. Is my son there? I wanted to talk to him about the wedding. There was a pause. A long one. I could hear muffled voices in the background, like she'd covered the phone with her hand. Actually, about that, her voice had changed. Cooler. More distant. The wedding already happened. 2 days ago. The world tilted. I sat down hard on my kitchen chair. What? Yeah, it was beautiful. Really intimate, you know. We decided to keep it small. Just the important people. Just the important people. The words hung in the air like smoke. I don't understand. I thought, look, Patricia, I need to go. We're unpacking gifts, but thanks for offering to help. We ended up keeping costs down anyway. She hung up before I could respond. I sat there holding the phone for maybe 10 minutes, not moving, barely breathing. The kitchen clock ticked above me. Outside, someone's dog barked. Normal sounds in a world that had just stopped making sense. My son got married. My only child. And nobody told me. Not only did nobody tell me, they deliberately excluded me. 2 days ago, while I was grocery shopping and watching old movies, my son was getting married without me. I tried calling him. It went to voicemail. I tried again. Voicemail. On the 3rd try, I left a message. Sweetheart, it's Mom. I talked to your wife. She said you got married? I'm confused. Can you call me back? Please? He didn't call that day. Or the next. On the 3rd day, I couldn't take it anymore. I opened social media and searched for her profile. We weren't friends on there. She'd never accepted my request from 2 years ago. But her privacy settings were loose enough that I could see her recent posts. And there it was. Album after album of wedding photos. My son in a crisp navy suit, looking happier than I'd ever seen him. Her in a white dress that probably cost more than my monthly rent, surrounded by flowers and lights and people laughing. Her parents, beaming. Her siblings, dressed up and holding champagne glasses. Her grandmother in the front row dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. I scrolled through 47 photos. 47 moments of my son's most important day. The ceremony. The first kiss. The first dance. Cutting the cake. Toasts. Hugs. Joy. I wasn't in a single one. There were photos of people I'd never met. Her cousin who apparently gave a hilarious speech. Her college roommate who caught the bouquet. Even their mailman made it into a group shot. But not me. Not the woman who'd raised him alone for 10 years after his father died. Not the woman who'd given them $250,000 over 4 years. Not even a mention in the captions. I saved that phrase from one of the posts. Surrounded by the people who matter most. I wasn't one of them. At 11 p.m., I was still scrolling when my phone finally rang. His name lit up the screen. Mom, hey. Sorry I didn't call back sooner. It's been crazy. You got married. My voice came out flat. Yeah, it was amazing. Really last minute. You know how these things happen. We just wanted something simple and why wasn't I invited? Silence on the other end. Then, it wasn't like that, Mom. It was really small, super intimate. I saw the photos. There were at least 50 people there. Well, yeah, but mostly her family. They're really close and I'm your mother. I know, Mom, but he sighed. And in that sigh, I heard frustration, like I was being difficult. Look, it just worked out this way. Okay, we'll do something with you later. Dinner or whatever. Dinner or whatever. To celebrate the wedding, I wasn't important enough to attend. Did you ever plan to tell me? That's not fair. We were going to tell you. We just needed some time to what? Enjoy being married without your embarrassing mother around? Mom, come on. Don't make this into something it's not. But it was something. It was everything. It was the final proof that all those years, all that money, all those sacrifices, none of it mattered. I was a bank account, a safety net, not family, not someone who mattered, not one of the important people. I have to go, I said. Mom, wait. I hung up. Then I turned off my phone and sat in my dark apartment, surrounded by photos of other people's mothers who'd been deemed worthy of attending their children's weddings. And for the first time in 4 years, I started to get angry. The anger didn't come all at once. It built slowly, like water filling a bathtub. For 3 days, I went through my routine in a fog. I made coffee I didn't drink. I watched television I didn't see. I picked up the phone to call him a dozen times and set it back down. On the 4th day, I called my old friend from work. The one I'd lost touch with because I was always too busy helping my son, always too broke from supporting him to go out. Patricia! Oh my God, it's been forever! Just hearing her voice made something crack inside me. Can we meet? I need to talk to someone. We met at a diner near her house. I ordered tea and didn't touch it. She ordered pie and pushed it around her plate while I talked. I told her everything. The money, the years of support, the wedding, the exclusion, the phrase that kept echoing, just the important people. She didn't interrupt. When I finally ran out of words, she reached across the table and took my hand. Patricia, I'm going to say something you might not want to hear. I nodded, not trusting my voice. You taught him that this is okay. Every time you said yes when you should have said no, you taught him that you don't matter, that you're just there. Like a utility. He's my son. I know, but honey, he's also a grown man who just got married without inviting his mother. A grown man who's been taking your money for years. That's not love. That's not even basic respect. I wanted to argue, to defend him. But sitting there in that booth, I realized she was right. I'd spent 4 years being a doormat, and I'd done it so thoroughly that my own son didn't see me as a person anymore. I was just mom. Always there, always giving, never important enough to matter. What do? I asked. She squeezed my hand. You stop. You just stop. I went home and pulled out my ledger. I spread it out on my kitchen table and really looked at it. $4,000 for the security deposit, $3,000 a month for rent, 48 months, $144,000, $8,000 for appliances, $12,000 for his surgery, $6,000 for furniture, $15,000 for groceries and utilities, $23,000 for car payments and repairs, $40,000 for miscellaneous expenses, $252,300. I sat there staring at that number until the light outside changed from afternoon to evening. That was my retirement, my security, my future. And I'd handed it over piece by piece, because I thought that's what love looked like. But love goes both ways. Love doesn't exclude you from the most important day of someone's life. A week passed, then 10 days. I didn't call him. He didn't call me. On day 12, my phone rang at 9 p.m., his name on the screen. I stared at it for 3 rings before answering. Hi, Mom. How are you? He sounded cheerful, casual, like nothing had happened. I'm fine, I said carefully. That's good. Listen, I'm calling because we've got a bit of a situation. The rent was due last week, and with the wedding expenses, we're stretched pretty thin. Could you cover us this month? There it was. The real reason for the call. Not to apologize, not to explain, just to ask for money. I looked at my ledger, still spread out on the table. Actually, I said, my voice calm, almost pleasant, I only help important people. And I'm not one of those, remember? The silence on the other end was deafening. Mom, come on, don't be like that. Like what? I'm just using the words your wife used. It was just for important people. I wasn't important enough for your wedding, so I assume I'm not important enough to pay your bills either. That's not... Mom, you're being ridiculous. This is completely different. Is it? Yes. The wedding was... Look, it was complicated, but we need help right now. The landlord is threatening to... That sounds serious, I interrupted. Maybe you should ask one of the important people to help you. Mom! His voice rose, panic creeping in. Are you seriously going to let us get evicted because your feelings are hurt? My feelings are hurt. Like I'd stubbed my toe. I've given you $252,300 over the past 4 years, I said. I have a detailed record of every cent. And you couldn't even tell me you were getting married. You deliberately excluded me. Your wife told me to my face that I wasn't important enough to be there. She didn't mean it like that. Then how did she mean it? He had no answer. I'm done, I said quietly. I'm done being taken for granted. I'm done being used. I'm done being treated like I don't matter. You want money? Get it from someone who matters to you, because clearly that's not me. You're being incredibly selfish right now. We're family. Family invites each other to weddings. I hung up before he could respond. Then I turned off my phone, poured myself a glass of wine, and sat at my kitchen table. For the first time in years, I felt free. The calls started the next morning. 7 missed calls before I even woke up. Texts filling my screen. His wife's number appeared too, which was new. She'd never called me directly before. I made coffee and ignored them all. Around noon, my friend called. Just checking on you. How are you holding up? Better than I expected, I said. There was no guilt, no second guessing. Just a strange, light feeling, like I'd set down something heavy. Good. Don't let him guilt you back into it. I won't. But as the messages kept coming, increasingly desperate, then angry, then desperate again, I realized saying no once wasn't enough. They'd keep asking. Eventually, if I didn't do something permanent, I'd be right back where I started. That evening, I sat down at my computer. I'd kept handwritten records, but this needed to be official, professional, undeniable. I worked for 6 hours, inputting every transaction, every rent payment with the date and amount, every appliance with receipt numbers, every grocery run, utility payment, car repair, the emergency room visit, the furniture deliveries, even Christmas gifts for her family. When I was done, I had 48 months of financial support, itemized and dated. At the top, financial assistance provided January 2021, December 2024. At the bottom, total $252,300. I printed it on crisp white paper, 10 pages of proof that I wasn't crazy. This was real money. This was my life. Then I did something unthinkable a week ago. I called a lawyer. His office was small, tucked between a dry cleaner and a tax service. He was maybe 50, with kind eyes. "So," he said after I'd explained everything, "you want to protect what you have left?" "Yes, I want to make sure they can't come after me for more." He looked at my financial statement, nodding. "You kept excellent records. Here's the situation. These were gifts legally. You can't force repayment without a written agreement, but you can protect your remaining assets. I'd recommend a trust, changing your will, and establishing clear boundaries." "How much?" "About $3,000 for everything. $3,000. But losing another $200,000 felt like more. "Let's do it." Over 2 weeks, I met with him 3 times. We set up a trust for my remaining savings. We updated my will. Everything would go to charity now. We changed my banking passwords. I even changed the locks on my apartment. The calls stopped by day 5. I figured they'd either found help elsewhere or found a way to make it work. Then, 3 weeks after our last call, my doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole. My son stood there, looking terrible. Unshaven, wrinkled clothes, dark circles under his eyes. The old instinct kicked in. My baby needs help. I took a breath and opened the door but kept the chain on. "Mom, please. We need to talk. I think we've said everything. We're being evicted. The landlord gave us until Friday. We have nowhere to go." Part of me wanted to ask about the important people, but I didn't. "You have 2 days to figure something out. That's more time than you gave me to prepare for not being invited to your wedding. Mom, please. I made you something." I closed the door, unlatched the chain, and opened it again, holding the printed statement. "This is a record of every dollar I've given you. $252,300. I want you to have it. Not because I expect repayment, but because I want you to see exactly what you threw away." He took the papers with shaking hands. "I also want you to know that I've protected my assets. Everything is in a trust now. My will has been changed. Even if something happens to me, you won't get anything. That money will go to people and organizations that actually value what I have to give. Mom, you can't." "I can, and I have. I've also changed my locks. Your key won't work anymore." His face crumpled. "You're really doing this? You're choosing money over your own son?" A week ago, that would have destroyed me. But now, looking at this man who'd taken everything and still treated me like I didn't matter, I felt nothing but calm. "No," I said quietly. "You chose money over your mother when you took $250,000 and couldn't even tell me you were getting married. When you let your wife call me unimportant. When you called me selfish for being hurt. I'm not choosing money. I'm choosing myself. Finally." I stepped back and closed the door. Through it, I heard him calling my name, then footsteps retreating. I sat on my couch and waited for the guilt to come. It didn't. Instead, there was just quiet. Just peace. For the first time in 10 years, I didn't feel like I owed anyone anything. I didn't hear from them for 6 weeks. 6 weeks of silence that felt strange at first, then peaceful, then normal. I fell into a new routine, or maybe an old one, from before my son met her. I went to the library, I took walks in the park, I had coffee with my friend from work once a week. She asked about him sometimes, carefully, like she was afraid I'd break. "Do you know what happened after the eviction?" "No," I said. And I'm okay with that. It was true. There was a time when not knowing would have eaten me alive, when I would have driven by their apartment just to check, or called mutual acquaintances to find out. But that person felt like someone else now. Someone who'd confused self-sacrifice with love. The news came anyway, through an unexpected source. I was at the grocery store reaching for a can of soup when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Patricia? I turned. It was her mother. The woman who'd been front and center in all those wedding photos. Dabbing at her eyes while her daughter got married. The woman whose family I'd bought Christmas gifts for, expensive things they'd specifically requested. Oh, hello. She looked uncomfortable, shifting her shopping basket from one arm to the other. I just wanted to say, I heard what happened, with the wedding and the money and everything. I wanted you to know that I didn't know they weren't inviting you. If I had known, I would have said something. I doubted that, but I appreciated the gesture. It's in the past, I said. They're not doing well, she continued, and I could hear the judgment in her voice. Not judgment of them, judgment of me. They had to move, lost their apartment. They're in a terrible neighborhood now, and they both have to work multiple jobs just to make rent. She said it like it was my fault. Like I was supposed to feel guilty. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, and I meant it. Not sorry enough to help, but sorry that it had come to this. Sorry that my son had made choices that led him here. My daughter is cleaning offices at night. Your son is working retail. They're struggling, Patricia. So am I said quietly. I'm 60 years old, living on a fixed income, trying to rebuild my savings after giving them $250,000. We're all struggling. The difference is I didn't exclude them from my life and then ask them for money. Her face flushed. Family is supposed to help each other. You're absolutely right. Family is supposed to help each other. Family is also supposed to invite each other to weddings. I walked away before she could respond, my hands shaking slightly as I pushed my cart. But it wasn't guilt making them shake. It was anger. Anger that even now, even after everything, people expected me to be the one who gave, the one who sacrificed, the one who put everyone else first. At home, I thought about what she'd said. They'd lost the apartment. They were both working multiple jobs, living in a bad neighborhood. Part of me, the old part, the mother part, wanted to call, wanted to help, wanted to make it better, but I didn't, because helping wouldn't make it better. It would just teach them that they could treat me however they wanted, and I'd still be there with my wallet open. Instead, I did something I'd been putting off. I went through the photos on my phone and deleted every picture of the wedding I'd saved that terrible night when I'd scrolled through her social media. I deleted his number from my favorites. I took down the framed photo of him that had sat on my mantle for 30 years. Him as a little boy. Gap-toothed and happy, before life got complicated. I put it in a box in my closet. Not thrown away, but not on display either. Somewhere in between. That weekend, my friend invited me to a pottery class. I know it sounds weird, she said, but it's actually really fun. And there's a guy there who I think you'd like. Recently widowed, nice smile. I don't know. Patricia, you're 60, not 90. You're allowed to have a life. So I went. And she was right, it was fun. The clay was cool and smooth under my hands. The instructor was patient. And yes, there was a man there with a nice smile who asked if I wanted to get coffee sometime after class. I said yes. On the way home, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. It took me a moment to realize it was my son. He must have gotten a new phone, or been texting from someone else's. Mom, please, we need help. Just this once, I'll pay you back. Just this once. Like he hadn't said that 48 times before. Like I hadn't heard those exact words every month for 4 years. I typed back, I wish you the best. But I can't help you financially anymore. I hope you understand. Then I blocked the number. That night I couldn't sleep. Not from guilt, but from a strange mix of emotions I couldn't name. Loss, maybe. Grief for something that had never really existed. The relationship I'd thought I had with my son versus the one we'd actually had. But underneath that, something else. Something lighter. Freedom. The next morning I woke up and made myself a nice breakfast. Eggs, toast, coffee. I took my time with it, sitting at my small kitchen table, looking out the window at the tree that was just starting to bud with spring leaves. My phone was silent. My conscience was clear. My bank account was protected. And for the first time in longer than I could remember, my life was my own. Spring turned into summer, and I started to recognize myself again. Not the person I'd been before my husband died, but someone new. Someone learning what it meant to live for herself. The pottery class became a regular Thursday event. I wasn't particularly good, my bowls were lopsided, but there was something satisfying about creating something with my hands. Ben, the man with the nice smile, asked me out for coffee after the third class. We talked for 2 hours about books, Places we'd been, the challenges of learning pottery at our age. He made me laugh. I'd forgotten what that felt like. Would you like to do this again? He asked. I would, I said, surprised by how much I meant it. My friend was delighted. See? You're allowed to be happy. It feels strange, I admitted. Like I'm doing something wrong. That's because you spent so long thinking happiness meant everyone else being happy. You forgot you're included in everyone. I thought about that a lot. How I'd spent years believing my purpose was to smooth the path for my son, even if it made mine harder, and how that had warped into something toxic that hurt us both. On a Tuesday afternoon, I was coming back from the library when I saw them, my son and his wife, getting out of an old sedan at the grocery store across from my building. They looked exhausted. She wore a cleaning service uniform. He wore the red polo of a retail chain. I watched from my window as they went inside. Part of me wondered if they'd see me, come looking for me. But they didn't. They just bought groceries. Not much, just a few bags, and drove away. I felt sad. Not guilty, but genuinely sad that it had come to this. That the relationship between mother and son had broken down so completely. But I also felt relieved. Relieved that I'd gotten out. Relieved that I wasn't standing there with my checkbook open. That evening, Ben called. There's a concert in the park this Saturday. Would you like to go? I started to say no, but then I stopped myself. When was the last time I'd said yes to something just because it sounded fun? I'd love to, I said. The concert was lovely. We sat on a blanket, eating sandwiches and listening to a local jazz band. Ben knew all about jazz. His late wife had been a fan. And he told me stories about different musicians and styles. You're easy to be around, he said as we were packing up. So are you. I wasn't sure I'd ever feel this way again. After she died, I thought that was it for me, that I'd had my chance at happiness. I know what you mean, but you're proof that there can be more. Aren't you? More chances. More possibilities. I thought about that on the walk home. More chances. More possibilities. For so long, I'd believed my life was about supporting someone else's possibilities. 3 months after I'd closed the door on my son, I took another step. I joined a community garden co-op. Something I'd always wanted to do but never had time for. Now there were. My plot was small, just 10 by 10 feet, but it was mine. I planted tomatoes and herbs just like I'd dreamed about. Every morning I'd walk to the garden and check on my plants. I'd pull weeds, water when needed, and chat with other gardeners. One of them, an older woman, became a friend. She'd been gardening for 40 years. You're a natural, she said one day. I don't know about that. Half my basil died last week. Basil's fickle. But look at those tomatoes. They're thriving because you're paying attention. In August, my first tomatoes ripened. Small and not perfectly round, but mine. I picked them carefully and brought them home, where I made a simple salad. Just tomatoes, basil from the garden, olive oil, and salt. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted. That night, Ben came over for dinner. First time I'd invited him to my apartment. I was nervous, fussing over the small space. It's perfect, he said. It feels like you. We ate my tomato salad and talked about our days. He told me about his daughter who lived across the country. I told him about the garden, about how strange and wonderful it felt to have time that was just mine. Do you ever hear from your son? He asked carefully. No, and I think that's for the best right now. It must be hard, though. It is. But not as hard as it was to keep giving pieces of myself away until there was nothing left. He reached across the table and took my hand. I'm glad you saved some pieces for yourself. As autumn approached, I realized I'd been living this new life for almost 6 months. 6 months of pottery classes and garden work and quiet dinners with Ben. 6 months of learning to say no when I meant no, and yes when I meant yes. And it felt good. It felt right. It felt like coming home to myself after a very long absence. October brought cooler weather and a phone call I hadn't expected. Not from my son directly, but from a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Patricia, it's me. Please don't hang up. My son's voice, quieter than I remembered, tired. I'm listening, I said, keeping my voice neutral. I got a new phone, new number. Had to downgrade the plan to something cheaper. He paused. I know you blocked my old one. I understand why. I didn't respond, just waited. I've been thinking a lot, about everything, about the wedding and the money and how I treated you. And I wanted to say, I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. The words I'd been waiting months to hear. But they felt hollow somehow, empty, like he was reading from a script. Why now? I asked. Because I finally get it. What I did. what we did. I read through that statement you gave me, Patricia. All those numbers. I sat down and really looked at it. $252,000. That's not just money. That's your entire life. Yes, it was. I didn't see it before. Or maybe I didn't want to see it. She kept saying you were happy to help, that this was what mothers do, that you had plenty. And I believed her because it was easier than admitting we were using you. You were using me. I know. His voice cracked. I know. And I'm so ashamed, Mom. When we got evicted, when we had to move to this tiny apartment in a bad neighborhood, when I had to take that retail job and she had to clean offices at night, that's when I started to understand what you gave up for us, what you sacrificed. I sat down on my couch, gripping the phone. Part of me wanted to soften, to tell him it was okay, to fall back into old patterns. But I didn't. Where is she in all this? I asked. Your wife. Another pause. We're not doing well. The marriage, I mean. Turns out she's not very good at being poor. Her family won't help us. They're embarrassed by how we ended up. And she blames me for that. Says I should have kept you on the hook. Kept me on the hook. Her words, not mine. That's when I realized she never cared about me. Not really. She cared about what I could provide. And when I couldn't provide anymore, when there was no more money coming from you, she started looking at me differently. I felt sad for him, genuinely sad. But I also felt vindicated. I'd seen this coming years ago, and he'd chosen to ignore it. I'm sorry you're going through that, I said. But I'm not going to help you financially. That door is closed. I know, I'm not calling for money. I'm calling because I want to try to fix this. Us. If it's even possible. I don't know if it is. Can we at least try? Can we meet somewhere? Just to talk? I thought about it for a long moment. Was I ready for this? Did I even want this? Or was this just another manipulation? A different approach to get what he wanted? I need to think about it, I said finally. Give me some time. Okay. I understand. Thank you for not hanging up. After we disconnected, I sat for a while in the quiet apartment. My first instinct was to call him back, to set up that meeting immediately. But I'd learned something over the past 6 months. To pause. To think. To not react from old patterns. Instead, I called Ben. He called, I said when he answered. My son. He wants to meet. He apologized. How do you feel about that? I don't know. Suspicious? Hopeful? Both? Both make sense. What do you want to do? That's the thing. I don't know what I want. For so long, I wanted him to see what he'd done, to apologize, to acknowledge it. And now he has, and I feel nothing. Or not nothing, but not what I expected. Maybe the relationship you had is gone, Ben said gently. And if you do rebuild something, it'll have to be different. New. I don't know if I have the energy for that. Then don't decide tonight. Sleep on it. See how you feel in the morning. I did sleep on it. Several nights, actually. And slowly, I came to a realization. I didn't owe him forgiveness. I didn't owe him a relationship. But I also didn't owe it to myself to stay angry forever. A week after his call, I texted him. We can meet. Coffee shop on Maple Street. Saturday at 2 p.m., 1 hour. He responded immediately. Thank you. I'll be there. Saturday came. I arrived early, got myself tea, and sat at a table by the window. My hands were steady. My heart was calm. If he didn't show, I'd finish my tea and go home. If he did, I'd listen. But I wouldn't make promises. I wouldn't make commitments. I would just be present and see what happened. At 2 p.m. exactly, he walked in. He looked different. Thinner. Older. Like the past year had aged him in ways that went beyond time. He sat down across from me, and for a moment, neither of us spoke. Thank you for coming, he said finally. I almost didn't. I wouldn't have blamed you. We sat in awkward silence. Then he pulled something from his pocket, a folded piece of paper. I wrote everything down, everything I want to say, because I was afraid I'd mess it up if I tried to just talk. He unfolded it with shaking hands and started to read. He cleared his throat and began to read, his voice unsteady. Mom, I've spent months trying to figure out when everything went wrong, when I stopped seeing you as my mother and started seeing you as a solution to my problems. I think it was gradual. Little requests that became bigger ones. And somewhere along the way, I forgot that you were a person with your own needs, your own dreams, your own life. He paused, swallowing hard. I let her convince me that you wanted to help, that you had plenty, that it was insulting not to accept your money. But that was bullshit. I knew it was wrong. Every time I called asking for rent money, I felt this knot in my stomach. But I pushed it down because it was easier than being an adult. His hands shook, making the paper tremble. The wedding was the worst of it. She told me you'd be uncomfortable around her family, that you were too simple, too different. And I let her say those things. I let her exclude you because I was too weak to stand up for you. I sat very still, listening. When you cut us off, I was angry. I thought you were being petty. But that night, after you gave me that statement, I sat in my car and read every line, every date, every amount. And I realized you weren't choosing money over family. I had chosen money over family, years ago. He looked up at me, eyes red. Losing the apartment was hard. Taking these jobs is humiliating. Living in that neighborhood is scary. But you know what the hardest part is? Knowing I did this to myself. That I had a mother who loved me enough to give me everything, and I threw it away because I was selfish and weak. He folded the paper. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm not asking for money. I'm not even asking for a relationship if you don't want one. I just needed you to know that I understand now. What I took from you. What I destroyed. And I'm sorry. The coffee shop felt very quiet. I took a sip of my tea, buying time to think. Thank you for saying that, I said finally. I believe you mean it. I believe you've learned something. I have. I swear I have. But I need you to understand something. The relationship we had before, that's gone. I can't go back to being the person who solves all your problems. That version of me doesn't exist anymore. He nodded. I know. I don't want that either. What do you want? He thought about it. I want to know you. Not as mom who gives me money, but as Patricia. As a person. I realized I don't know anything about you. What you like to do. What makes you happy. I spent 30 years taking from you and never once asked what you needed. I joined a pottery class, I said. And a community garden. I'm dating someone. His eyes widened. You are? His name is Ben. He's a good man. He makes me laugh. That's great, Mom. Really great. I'm happy for you. Are you? Or are you just saying that? No, I mean it. You deserve to be happy. I studied his face, looking for manipulation, hidden agendas, but all I saw was exhaustion and genuine remorse. If we're going to try this, I said slowly, there have to be rules. No asking for money. Ever. No guilt trips. No emergencies that require my help. You handle your own life. I'm not your safety net anymore. I understand. And it's going to be slow. Maybe we meet for coffee once a month. Maybe we talk sometimes. But I need you to respect my boundaries. If I say I need space, you give me space. I will, I promise. And your wife, I don't trust her. I don't think I ever will. So if we rebuild something, it's between you and me, not her. He looked down. We're probably getting divorced. She's been looking into it. Turns out when you marry someone for money and the money disappears, there's not much left. I'm sorry. Don't be. You were right about her. I should have listened. We sat in silence, not comfortable but not hostile. Just two people trying to figure out how to be in the same space. Can I ask you something? He said finally. What? Are you happy? Now, I mean? In your life without me in it? It was a fair question. Yes, I said honestly. I am. For the first time in a very long time, I'm happy. And that's why I need you to understand that if we do this, if we try to rebuild, it can't be at the cost of what I've built for myself. My happiness doesn't depend on you anymore. And it can't. That's how it should be, he said quietly. That's how it always should have been. We left together, standing awkwardly on the sidewalk. He looked like he wanted to hug me but wasn't sure if he should. Thank you for meeting with me, he said. You're welcome. I'll text you. In a few weeks, maybe. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. I walked to my car alone, got in, and sat for a moment. I felt lighter somehow. Not because everything was fixed. It wasn't. But because I'd held my ground. I'd listened without giving in. I'd offered a possibility without offering promises. And for now, that was enough. 3 weeks passed before I texted him. Not because I was punishing him, but because I needed that time to be sure I wasn't falling back into old patterns. When I finally sent the message, coffee next Saturday if you're free, his response came within minutes. This time when we met, there was less tension. He'd gotten a haircut. He looked tired still, but more put together. He bought his own coffee and didn't ask me for anything. How have you been? I asked. Okay, I guess. Still working at the store. Still living in that apartment. But I'm managing. He paused. She moved out last week. Her parents are letting her stay with them while we figure out the divorce. How do you feel about that? Honestly? Relieved. The last few months have been terrible. Constant fighting, it's quieter now. We talked for 45 minutes. Not about the past, not about money, but about small things. He told me about a customer at work. I told him about my pottery class, about the bowl I'd finally made that didn't collapse. When we said goodbye, it felt less awkward. Like maybe this could work. A month later, we met again. Then again the month after that. Slowly, carefully, we started to know each other as people rather than as mother and son locked in a pattern of give and take. He never asked for money, not once. Even when I could tell he was struggling, when he mentioned needing new work shoes, when he talked about skipping meals, he never asked. And I appreciated that more than I could say. In February, 6 months after our first coffee meeting, he called me on a Sunday afternoon. "Hi, Mom. I hope it's okay that I'm calling." "It's fine. What's up?" "I just wanted to tell you something. I got promoted at the store, assistant manager. It comes with a raise. And I wanted you to be one of the first people to know." There was pride in his voice. Genuine pride in something he'd accomplished himself. "That's wonderful," I said, and I meant it. It feels good to earn something, you know? To have something that's mine because I worked for it. After we hung up, I realized I was smiling. Not because of the promotion itself, but because he'd called to share good news, not bad. He'd called because he wanted to, not because he needed something. Spring came again. Almost a full year since I'd closed the door on him. Ben and I had gotten more serious. My garden was thriving. My pottery was improving. Life felt full. In April, my son invited me to his apartment. "I'd like you to see where I live. No pressure, but I think it would be good." I was nervous driving there. The neighborhood was rough. The building was old. But when he opened the door, I was surprised. It was small, tiny really, but it was clean. He'd made an effort. Plants on the windowsill, books on a secondhand shelf, a photo of his father on the table, the same one I kept in my closet. "It's not much," he said, "but it's mine. I pay for it myself." "It's nice," I said. "It's honest." We had dinner together, spaghetti he'd made himself. We talked about his job, my garden, Ben, his therapy sessions. "You're in therapy?" I asked. "Yeah. Started a few months ago. Sliding scale clinic nearby." I needed to figure out a lot of things. About myself. About why I made the choices I made. "That's really good. I'm proud of you for doing that." As I was leaving, he walked me to my car. "Mom, can I ask you something?" "Sure. Do you think we'll ever get back to normal? Like, will we ever have the relationship we had before?" I thought carefully. "No," I said finally. "That relationship was broken. It wasn't healthy for either of us. But maybe we can have something better. Something where we're both whole people who choose to be in each other's lives." He nodded slowly. "I think I'd like that better anyway." "Me too." Driving home, I felt something settle in my chest. Not quite forgiveness. That was still too big, too complicated. But maybe acceptance. Acceptance that he'd hurt me. Acceptance that he was trying to change. Acceptance that we were both imperfect people doing our best. That night, I called Ben and told him about the visit. "Sounds like progress," he said. "It is. Slow progress. But that's okay. Fast is what got us into trouble in the first place." 2 months later, in June, my son showed up at the community garden. I looked up from my tomato plants, and there he was, standing at the entrance looking uncertain. "I hope it's okay that I came," he said. "You mentioned you were here on Saturday mornings. I wanted to see it." Ruth, my gardening friend, gave me a questioning look. I nodded. I showed him around. The tomatoes I'd planted, the herbs that were finally thriving, the small plot that had become my sanctuary. "It's nice here," he said. "Peaceful." "It is. I can see why you love it." We stood there together in the morning sun, surrounded by growing things, and for the first time in a very long time, it felt like we might actually make it through this. Not back to what we were, but forward to something new. August brought changes. My son's divorce was finalized. He called to tell me, his voice steady. "It's done. We signed the papers yesterday. How do you feel?" "Relieved, mostly. We didn't have much to divide. She took the car. I kept the furniture. It was quick." "And how is she doing?" He paused. "I don't know. She unfriended me on everything. I heard she's working at her dad's office now." I didn't say what I was thinking, that she'd landed on her feet, just like I'd expected. "Are you okay?" I asked instead. "Yeah, I am. It's strange. I thought I loved her, but I think I mostly loved the idea of being taken care of having someone who made me feel like I was more than I was. You were always more than you were. You just couldn't see it." I'm starting to see it now. We talked for a while longer, and when we hung up, I felt something shift. He was handling this. Really handling it. Without me swooping in to fix things. He was becoming an adult finally, at 31. That same week, Ben and I were having dinner at his place when he reached across the table and took my hand. I've been thinking, he said, about us. About the future. I know we're both older. We've both been married before. But I'd like more of this. More dinners. More mornings together. More life together. Are you asking me to move in with you? I'm asking you to think about it. No pressure. But yes. I looked at him. This kind, patient man who'd never asked me for anything except my company. Who laughed at my lopsided pottery and helped me weed my garden. I'd like that, I said. I'd like that a lot. We decided to take it slow. I'd keep my apartment for a few months while we tried living together. But the decision felt right. Solid. Like something I was choosing because I wanted it. In September, I told my son about Ben and the plan to move in together. We were having lunch near his work. That's great, Mom. Really great. I'm happy for you. You sure? It's okay if it's weird. It's not weird. You deserve to be happy. You deserve someone who treats you well. He smiled. Can I meet him sometime? Officially? You want to meet him? Yeah. If that's okay. I'd like to know the person who makes you smile like that. We set up a dinner for the following week. I was nervous, but it went well. Ben was warm without being pushy. My son was respectful and genuinely interested. They talked about baseball, about books, about everything. And watching them interact, I realized I'd built this. This new life, these new relationships. I'd built it from the ruins of what I'd lost. In October, almost exactly 2 years after the wedding that changed everything, I signed the lease termination on my apartment. I was really doing this. The night before the move, I sat in my empty apartment one last time. I'd lived here 8 years. This was where I'd grieved my husband, where I'd enabled my son, where I'd hit rock bottom and then climbed back up. My phone buzzed. A text from my son. Need any help with the move tomorrow? I smiled. Ben's got it covered. But thank you for offering. Okay. Proud of you, Mom. I know that's weird to say, but I am. I looked at that message for a long time. Proud of you. When was the last time someone had said that to me? The next day, as Ben and I carried boxes into his house, our house now, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Not just happiness or relief. It was possibility. The sense that life wasn't over. That there were still chances to grow, to change, to become. That 61 wasn't the end of anything. It was just another beginning. That evening, after everything was unpacked, Ben and I sat on the back porch with glasses of wine. The sun was setting, painting the sky orange and pink. How does it feel? He asked. Like coming home, I said. Like I've been walking a long time and finally found a place to rest. You can rest here as long as you want. I know. Thank you. We sat in comfortable silence, and I thought about how far I'd come. From that terrible phone call 2 years ago. It was just for important people. To this moment. From feeling worthless to feeling valued. From giving everything away to keeping enough for myself. The road hadn't been easy. There had been nights I'd cried. Days I'd doubted myself. Moments when I'd wanted to give in. But I hadn't. I'd held firm. And look where it had led me. My phone buzzed again. Another text from my son. Dinner next week? I'd like to hear about the new place. Sounds good. Wednesday? Perfect. I put my phone away and reached for Ben's hand. Somewhere in the distance, crickets were singing. The air smelled like autumn. And for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't worried about tomorrow. I was just here, in this moment, exactly where I belonged. Thanksgiving arrived with an invitation I hadn't expected. Would you and Ben like to come to my place for dinner? My son asked during one of our monthly coffee meetings. I know it's not much, and I'm not the best cook, but I'd like to try. I looked at him across the table. He was nervous. His hands were fidgeting with his coffee cup. We'd love to, I said. What can we bring? Nothing. I want to do this. I've been watching cooking videos. I think I can pull it off. Ben and I arrived at his apartment on Thanksgiving afternoon. The building still looked rough, but when my son opened the door, the apartment was transformed. He'd cleaned everything until it sparkled. There were candles on the table, music playing softly, and something that actually smelled good was cooking in the tiny kitchen. Wow, I said. You've been busy. I wanted it to be nice. Come in. The dinner wasn't perfect. The turkey was a little dry, the mashed potatoes lumpy, but he'd tried. Really tried. And sitting there at his small table, eating food he'd made with his own money, In an apartment he paid for himself. I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Pride. Pure, uncomplicated pride in my son. "This is really good," Ben said, and he meant it. "You did a great job." "Thanks. I've been practicing. Turns out cooking for yourself is cheaper than takeout." He smiled, self-aware in a way he hadn't been before. After dinner, while Ben helped with dishes, my son pulled me aside. "Mom, I wanted to talk to you about something." My stomach tightened instinctively. "Old habits." "What is it?" "Nothing bad, I promise. I just wanted to tell you that I've been saving money. Not a lot, but some. And when I'm in a better place financially, like, a lot better, I want to try to pay you back. Not all of it. I know I can never pay back everything, but something. As a gesture." I shook my head. "You don't have to do that." "I know I don't have to, but I want to. Not now, obviously, but someday, when I can. I want you to know that I see it. The debt. The real debt. Not just the money. And I'm trying to be worthy of a second chance." I looked at this man, my son, but also someone new. Someone still figuring it out, but at least trying. "You're already worthy," I said quietly. "The fact that you're thinking about it, that you're working on yourself, that's enough. I don't need the money back. I need you to be okay, to be healthy, to build a life that makes you happy. I'm getting there, slowly, but I'm getting there." Ben called from the kitchen, and the moment passed. But it stayed with me through the rest of the evening, through the pie my son had bought from a bakery, through the comfortable conversation. As we were leaving, my son hugged me, a real hug, not the awkward sidearm thing we'd been doing. A full, tight hug. "Thank you for coming," he said. "Thank you for giving me a chance to do this. Thank you for inviting us." In the car on the way home, Ben reached over and took my hand. "That went well," he said. "It did. Better than I expected. He's a good kid, making his way." He is. Finally. We drove in silence, and then Ben asked the question I'd been asking myself all evening. "Do you forgive him?" "Completely, I mean." I thought about it. Really thought about it. I don't know if forgiveness is the right word. It's more like acceptance, maybe. I accept that he hurt me. I accept that he's trying to change. I accept that we'll never have the relationship we had before. And that's okay because that relationship wasn't healthy anyway. That's probably healthier than forgiveness. Maybe. All I know is that sitting there tonight, watching him try so hard, I didn't feel angry anymore. I didn't feel used. I just felt like a mom watching her son grow up, even if it's happening later than it should have. At home, I changed into comfortable clothes and made tea. Ben was already in bed reading. I sat on the couch for a while, thinking about the past 2 years. 2 years since that terrible phone call. 2 years since I discovered I wasn't important enough to be invited to my own son's wedding. 2 years since I'd made the hardest decision of my life. If someone had told me then where I'd be now, living with a wonderful man, having regular coffee dates with my son, feeling genuinely happy, I wouldn't have believed them. The pain had been too fresh. But here I was, healed. Not perfectly, not completely, but healed enough to live fully, to love cautiously, to hope realistically. My phone buzzed. A text from my son. "Thanks again for coming today. It meant a lot. Also, forgot to tell you, I got another promotion. Department manager now. Can I tell you about it over coffee next week?" I smiled as I typed back. "Congratulations, I'm proud of you, coffee sounds great." And I meant it. All of it. The congratulations, the pride, the willingness to hear about his life. Because somewhere along the way, in the slow, painful process of rebuilding, we'd found something new. Not what we had before, but something better. Something based on respect and boundaries and mutual effort. Something real. I finished my tea, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Tomorrow I'd go to my garden. Tomorrow I'd work on my pottery. Tomorrow I'd have a life that was mine, full of people who chose to be in it, and whom I chose in return. Tomorrow, and all the tomorrows after that, I'd be okay. Better than okay. I'd be free. 1 year later, I stood in the backyard of the small house Ben and I had bought together. Not the countryside estate I'd once dreamed of, but something better. Something chosen together, affordable and comfortable. The garden was thriving. My tomatoes were legendary now. I'd expanded beyond vegetables into flowers, and the yard was full of color. "Mom, we're here." I turned to see my son coming through the gate, carrying a dish covered in foil. Behind him was a woman I'd met twice before, someone he'd been dating for 6 months. She was kind, sensible, and had her own job. "Hi, sweetheart. Come in." Ben just pulled the turkey out. It had become a tradition. Thanksgiving at our place. My son bringing a dish he'd made himself. Conversation that flowed easily, without tension. As we ate, I watched him interact with his girlfriend. The way he listened when she talked. The way he offered to help without being asked. The way he split the check when they went out. She'd mentioned it once, proudly. He'd grown up. Finally. Fully grown up at 32. After dinner, my son helped me clean up. How's work? I asked. Really good. They're talking about promoting me to regional manager. It would mean a raise and a company car. He paused. It feels good, you know? Earning it. I'm proud of you. I know. You tell me every time. He smiled. But I never get tired of hearing it. He put down the dish he was drying. Mom, I need to tell you something. I've been in therapy for 2 years now, and my therapist thinks I'm ready to make amends properly. Not just apologizing, but making things right where I can. My heart beat faster. Okay. I've been saving money. A little every month. I have $5,000 set aside, and I want to give it to you. Not as payment for what you gave me, I know I can never repay that. But as a gesture. To show I understand what you sacrificed. Sweetheart, you don't have to. Please. Let me do this. For me, not for you. I need to know I'm not that person anymore. The person who only took. I need to be someone who gives back. I looked at him. The boy who'd been so lost was gone. In his place stood a man who understood responsibility, who valued relationships over money, who was building a life based on integrity. Okay, I said softly. If it's important to you. It is. Thank you. He pulled an envelope from his jacket and handed it to me. Inside was a check for $5,000 and a handwritten letter. Don't read it now, he said quickly. Read it later. When you're alone. That night, after everyone had left and Ben had gone to bed, I sat in my favorite chair and opened the letter. The words blurred through my tears. He apologized for everything. The using. The wedding. Treating me like a bank instead of a person. He thanked me for loving him enough to stop enabling him. He promised he was different now. He said he was grateful for the second chance and proud to be my son. I read it 3 times. Tears of grief for what was lost, joy for what was found, and relief that we'd both survived. In the morning, I deposited the check. Not because I needed it, but because accepting it was part of his healing. I used part of it to take Ben on a trip. The rest went into savings. Not for emergencies or other people, but for me. That afternoon, sitting in my garden with dirt under my fingernails and sun on my face, I thought about the price I'd paid for my dignity. $252,000. Years of being used. The pain of being excluded from my own son's wedding. It had been expensive. Devastatingly so. But sitting there in my garden, in the home I shared with someone who loved me, with a son who'd finally learned what it meant to be a man, with a life that was fully mine, I realized something. I'd paid the price. But what I'd bought with it was priceless. My freedom, my self-respect, my understanding that I deserved to be treated with dignity, my knowledge that I was enough, all by myself. The wedding had happened 3 years ago. 3 years since I'd learned I wasn't important enough. 3 years of pain and growth and slow, careful healing. And now, looking at my life, really looking at it, I could say with complete honesty, I was important. I always had been. I'd just finally learned to see it. My phone buzzed. A text from my son. Thanks for today. I love you. I smiled and typed back. I love you too. See you next month? Wouldn't miss it. I put my phone away and went back to my garden. There were tomatoes to pick, herbs to trim, and a whole life to live. And for the first time in longer than I could remember, that life was entirely, beautifully, perfectly mine.
She said, I don't see why we need joint accounts after 3 years together. I said, makes sense. Then I calculated her half of everything. The utility bills in her name changed her perspective. Original post I-29 male have been with Sophia 27 for 3 years, living together for 2. And the whole time she's been adamant about keeping finances completely separate. I don't see why we need joint accounts, she'd say whenever I brought it up. What's mine is mine, what's yours is yours, it's cleaner that way. Cool, I respected that. I'm all for financial independence, except, here's the thing. Sophia makes about $85K at her marketing job. I make $62K as a project manager. Not a massive difference, but she definitely out-earns me. And she likes to remind me of this, subtly, constantly. Maybe we should eat somewhere cheaper tonight, babe. I know money's tight for you. Oh, that's a nice watch. Must have been a splurge on your salary. Don't worry about getting me expensive gifts. I understand your situation. My situation? I live comfortably. I save money. I just don't make as much as her. But here's where it gets interesting. While preaching financial independence, Sophia somehow never noticed that I pay for literally everything house-related. Rent, $2,200 a month, just me. Internet, $80 a month, my account. Electricity, $150 a month, my name. Water trash, $75 a month, my account. Streaming services, $60 a month total, all mine. Groceries, $600 a month. I buy them all. Meanwhile, Sophia pays for her car payment, her personal shopping, her yoga classes. That's it. When I'd bring up splitting household expenses, she'd say, "But you were already paying these before I moved in. Why should I pay for your apartment?" The logic was incredible. She lives here, uses everything, but it's my apartment, so she shouldn't contribute? 3 weeks ago, we were at dinner with her friends. The check comes and Sophia loudly announces, "Separate checks, please. I believe in everyone paying their own way. No financial dependence in relationships." Her friend Melanie laughed. "Girl, you're so independent. Must be nice not dealing with money drama like couples with joint accounts." Sophia beamed. "Exactly. I don't understand women who merge finances with men. Keep your money separate, ladies. Always." I sat there, having just paid our $2,800 rent that morning, and smiled. That's when I decided, you want separate? You want independent? Let's do this properly. I went home and created a spreadsheet. Every single expense from the last 24 months, every utility bill, every grocery receipt, every streaming service she uses. Added it all up, divided by 2. Sophia's actual share of household expenses, $27,400. Amount Sophia has contributed, $0. But here's the kicker. I wasn't going to ask for back payment. I'm not petty. I was just going to start the fair split moving forward. 50-50 on everything household related. True financial independence. The next morning I presented her with the plan. "Hey babe, you're absolutely right about keeping finances separate. So I've drawn up a fair split of household expenses. Your half comes to about $450 per month." She laughed. Actually laughed. "That's funny, but seriously, what did you want to talk about?" "This is serious. If we're keeping finances separate, we should actually keep them separate. Equal partners, equal expenses." Her face went pale. But you've always paid those things. Right, and you've always said we should be financially independent. So starting September 1st, I'll need your half of rent and utilities. This is insane. You make less than me. I thought what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours. My salary shouldn't matter if we're truly independent. She stormed off, didn't speak to me for 2 days. Then the real fun began. Update 1. The silence lasted exactly 48 hours. Then Sophia went into full manipulation mode. First, she tried the sweet approach, made my favorite dinner, wore that dress I like, kept telling me how much she loves living with me. "Babe, I've been thinking, you're right that I should contribute something. How about I buy groceries sometimes? That's included in the $1,450, half of everything." "But that's almost my entire fun budget." "Your fun budget? You make $85K a year." She literally said, "Yeah, but I have expenses. My car, my credit cards, my shopping, my activities. So do I. Plus I've been covering your housing for 2 years." Then came the guilt trips. Oh boy, the guilt trips. "I thought you loved me." "I do. That's why I've been subsidizing your lifestyle for 2 years. Money shouldn't matter in relationships. You're the one who insisted on keeping finances separate." This is financial abuse. Charging you half of the expenses for the place you live is abuse? She even called her mom, Eleanor, who called me to lecture me about being a provider and how real men don't nickel and dime their girlfriends. "Eleanor, your daughter makes $23K more than me annually. That doesn't matter. You should be happy to take care of her." Like she's been happy to take care of me? Click. But the best part came when Sophia talked to her friends. She went to lunch with Melanie, Brittany, and Jessica, fully expecting them to bash me. Plot twist. Brittany's an accountant. Brittany did the math right there at brunch. When she realized I'd been paying about $2,900 per month for joint expenses while Sophia paid $0, she actually choked on her mimosa. "Wait, you haven't been paying anything toward rent?" "Girl, my boyfriend makes twice what I do, and we still split 50-50. "Melanie fee. That's like, he's been giving you $1,450 a month in free housing. That's insane." No wonder you can afford those Louboutins. Your housing is free. Sophia came home furious that her friends betrayed her. But I wasn't done. See, I'd been doing more thinking and planning. Sophia, I have a proposal. Since you don't want to pay half, I found a solution. Her eyes lit up. You're dropping this nonsense? No, I'm moving out. Found a great one-bedroom for $1,400. Moving October 1st. You can take over this lease or find your own place. You can't just leave. Why not? We're financially independent, remember? My lease, my choice. Where am I supposed to live? Wherever you can afford with your $85K salary. She tried everything then. Tears, threats, even called my mom. My mom, who's been divorced 3 times, just laughed and said, "Good for him." Then Sophia made a crucial mistake. She posted on social media, "My boyfriend is kicking me out because I won't give him half my salary. Men are trash." I commented with screenshots of our expense breakdown. Every receipt, every bill, 2 years of me paying for everything while she saved and shopped. The comments were brutal. "Girl, you haven't paid rent in 2 years? He's not asking for half your salary, he's asking you to pay your own way." Imagine making $85K and crying about paying rent. Her post disappeared within an hour. But the internet is forever. Someone screenshotted it, and it went semi-viral on Twitter as an example of entitlement culture. That's when Sophia panicked and agreed to pay her half. "Fine, I'll pay the stupid $450. Happy? Actually, there's been a development." "What now?" "I already signed the lease on the new place. The landlord here says you can apply to take over this one if you qualify. You'll need first, last, and security deposit. About $6,600. I don't have that." "What happened to your $85K salary?" "I have expenses." Maybe you should have thought about that before refusing to pay rent for 2 years. The entitlement was off the charts. She genuinely thought she could live rent-free forever because that's how it's always been. Update 2. Things escalated fast after I signed my new lease. Sophia went from entitled to desperate to vindictive in the span of 72 hours. First, she tried to get the landlord on her side, called him crying about how I was abandoning her and leaving her homeless. The landlord, Dmitry, 65M, Russian, takes no BS, called me. "Your girlfriend," she cried to me on phone, "say you leave her with no place. She can apply to take over the lease, Dmitry. She makes $85K a year. She tell me she has no money for deposit. That's not my problem. I like this. You pay 2 years for her, she save nothing, she's not good tenant material. I find new people." Dmitry actually rejected her application. Said anyone who can't save money while living rent-free for 2 years is a financial liability. Then came the smear campaign. Sophia started telling everyone I was financially abusing her, that I trapped her, that I was controlling her with money. Her dad, Richard, even called me. This man who drives a Tesla and owns 3 investment properties tried to lecture me about taking advantage of his daughter. You should be ashamed, using money to control Sophie. Richard, I've been paying her rent for 2 years. She shouldn't have to pay. She's a woman. Your daughter makes $85K. She's not a dependent. You're not a real man if you can't provide for your woman. Weird take from someone whose daughter brags about being independent. He hung up on me. But then Sophia made a tactical error. She went to our mutual friend group chat and tried to paint me as the villain. Posted this long message about how I was suddenly demanding money and making her homeless. Our friend Connor, who's a lawyer, responded, "Wait, you haven't been paying rent this whole time? And now you're mad he wants you to pay half. He never asked before, so you thought free rent was just permanent?" Our friend Aisha, "Girl, I make $45K and pay $1,100 in rent. You make almost double that and pay nothing? It's about the principle." Aisha, "The principle of what? Mooching?" The group chat turned on her. Even her closest friends were calling her out. Then came the extinction burst. Sorry, couldn't avoid using this term. She showed up at my work. My work. Security desk calls. "There's a Sophia here, says it's an emergency." I go down. She's there with a U-Haul. "I'm taking my stuff from the apartment." "Your stuff?" "Sure. The TV, couch, bed, dining table, and literally all furniture are mine though. We bought those together. I have receipts showing I paid for everything. You can't leave me with nothing. You left yourself with nothing by saving $0 while living rent-free. She tried to get into the apartment when I wasn't home. The landlord called me. Your girlfriend, she tried to use key. I changed locks already for new tenant next month. Then the real desperation kicked in. She applied for the apartment but needed a co-signer since she'd blown through her savings on designer goods. Her parents refused because she should be living with a man who provides. The irony. They raised her to be independent but also expect men to pay for everything. September 15th, 2 weeks before move-out, Sophia comes to me with an offer. What if we got joint accounts? What? I've been thinking. You're right. Couples should share expenses. Let's get joint accounts, combine everything. I laughed. Actually laughed out loud. Now you want joint accounts when I'm moving out? We could make this work. True partnership. Sophia, you want joint accounts now because you've realized you can't afford to live alone. That's not partnership, that's desperation. Please, I can't afford a decent place on my own. You make $85K. My car payment is $700. My credit cards are like $500 a month. My yoga is $200. And that's my problem, how? She then hit me with, if you loved me, you'd help me. I did help you, for 2 years. You saved none of it. The manipulation attempts got wilder. She said she was pregnant, she wasn't, claimed she'd been paying utilities all along, bank statements proved otherwise. Threatened to sue me for unlawful eviction. Connor laughed when she called him for legal advice. Told people I'd been financially abusing her by checks notes. Paying all her living expenses on her. The week before I moved out, she brought by her new boyfriend. Yeah, new boyfriend. Been dating him for 2 weeks. Some guy named Trent who drives a Porsche. Trent's gonna take care of me properly, like a real man. Trent looked at the apartment, saw the rent price, did the math on his phone, and said, babe, I can't afford this place. But you have a Porsche. It's leased. I make like $50K. She thought the Porsche meant money. Nope. Just means he's bad with money. They left together, her crying, him looking confused. Moving day. I'm loading boxes. Sophia shows up one last time. I'll pay it all the back rent, everything. Just stay. With what money? I'll get a loan. To pay back rent? That's insane. Please, I'm gonna be homeless. You make $85K a year, you're gonna be fine. I'm not. I can't afford anything decent. Maybe you should have thought about that during the 2 years you were living for free. She actually dropped to her knees, in the parking lot, in front of neighbors. Please, I love you. You love free rent. I drove away. She was still in the parking lot, calling everyone she knew, trying to find someone to let her move in. Final update. It's been 2 months since I moved out. Time for the final update on this saga. My new place is fantastic. Smaller, yeah, but it's mine. Every bill I pay is for me. No one taking advantage. The mental peace is worth the downgrade in square footage. Sophia's situation? Well, remember how she couldn't afford the deposit for the apartment? And her parents wouldn't co-sign? And Trent with his leased Porsche was broke? She ended up having to move in with Brittany. Yeah, her friend who called her out at brunch. Brittany charges her $800 per month for a room. A room. Not an apartment. A room in Brittany's house. But here's the thing. Brittany actually makes her pay. On time. Every month. No excuses. Sophia lasted 3 weeks before having a meltdown about how everyone's obsessed with money and real friends don't charge each other. Brittany posted their text exchange on social media. Sophia, I can't believe you're being so rigid about rent. We're supposed to be friends. We are friends. That's why I'm only charging you $800 for a room that should be $1,200. Sophie, this is exploitation. Girl, you lived free for 2 years. You have no idea what exploitation means. I'm going through a hard time. The hard time of having to pay for housing like every other adult. The post went viral in our circle. Everyone was sharing their numbers. Sophia tried to live with me for free stories. Turns out, she'd approached basically everyone. Connor, the lawyer, she offered to be his live-in assistant in exchange for free room. He declined. Aisha, Sophia said she'd help with chores instead of paying rent. Aisha laughed her out of the apartment. Even Trent's mom, she asked if she could move into Trent's mom's basement. The woman said, I don't even let Trent live here free. But the ultimate karma came last week. I got a text from an unknown number. It was Eleanor, Sophia's mom. We need to talk about Sophie. I met her for coffee, curiosity getting the better of me. Eleanor, Sophie's living situation is unstable. Okay? Richard and I were wondering if you'd consider taking her back. Absolutely not. We'll help with her expenses. Now you want to help? Where was this energy when she needed apartment deposits? We thought she was being dramatic, but she showed us the real expenses, and how did you afford all that? It's called budgeting. Living within means. Not buying designer bags every month. She's our daughter. We just want her happy. Me, she was happy. Living for free for 2 years. Now she has to be an adult. Eleanor then dropped this bomb. She's been borrowing money from everyone. She owes Brittany 3 months' rent, borrowed $2,000 from Melanie, $1,500 from her cousin. How? She makes $85K. Credit card debt. She's been living on credit since you left, maintaining the lifestyle without the free rent. The woman who preached financial independence is now in debt to everyone she knows. I felt bad for exactly 2.3 seconds. Then I remembered her real man comments and the manipulation and felt fine. Yesterday, the final twist. Sophia texts me from her actual number. Can we talk? About? I've been thinking. You were right about the joint accounts. Sophia, no. Hear me out. I've learned my lesson. True partnership means sharing everything. I want to combine our finances. You want access to my money? No, I want us to be equals. Equals? You're in debt to half the city. I made mistakes, but I understand now. Couples should support each other. Support? Like how you supported me for 2 years? I was wrong. I see that now. What you see is that you can't maintain your lifestyle without someone else paying your bills. That's not true. What's your current debt? Long pause. About 18K. 18,000 in 2 months? I had to maintain appearances. My job requires a certain image. Your marketing job requires Gucci bags? You wouldn't understand. I understand perfectly. You want joint accounts now that you're drowning in debt. You want me to be your life raft. Is it wrong to want support from someone who claims to love you? Is it wrong to want contribution from someone who actually loves you? She blocked me after that. But I know from mutual friends, she's looking for a second job. Brittany's evicting her for non-payment. Her parents finally agreed to let her move home. If she pays them $500 her month, Trent dumped her when she asked him to co-sign for a car loan. She's selling her designer goods on Marketplace. Her credit score tanked. The woman who believed in financial independence is learning what that actually means. No safety nets, no one else's money. Just your own choices and their consequences. My favorite part? Last week, one of her coworkers reached out to me on LinkedIn. Said Sophia had been telling everyone about her abusive ex who used money to control her. The coworker. But then we did the math on what you were paying versus what she was contributing and, dude, you're a saint for lasting 2 years. Even strangers can see through the BS. As for me, I'm doing great. Smaller apartment, but bigger peace of mind. Dating someone new, 28F, who insisted on splitting our first date bill because that's what adults do. When I told her this whole story, she said, wait, she lived rent-free for 2 years and complained when you asked for half. The audacity. Casey also makes more than me. She's in tech, makes about 95K. Know what she said when I mentioned it? Cool means we can split a nicer place when we're ready. That's a partner. Sophia, still posting quotes about knowing your worth and never settling on Instagram, while living in her childhood bedroom at 27, making 85K, because she can't afford rent after buying too many bags. The joke really does write itself. To everyone saying I should have just kept paying because love isn't about money, you're right. Love isn't about money. Which is exactly why someone who actually loved me wouldn't have watched me pay everything for 2 years while they saved nothing and contributed nothing. Equal partnership means equal contribution, whether that's financial, emotional, or domestic. Sophia wanted the benefits of traditional relationships, man pays everything, with the freedoms of modern ones, complete independence. Can't have both. Anyway, that's my story. Guy pays all bills for 2 years, asks for fairness, gets called abusive, she ends up in debt while he moves on. Karma really did the heavy lifting here. Peace out. Edit. Since people keep asking, yes, this is real. Yes, she really made 85K and saved none of it. Check out Personal Finance Subs. You'll find plenty of high earners living paycheck to paycheck because of lifestyle inflation. Making good money doesn't mean you're good with money.